Good evening, dear friends. As the quiet settles around you, let us take a gentle journey together where hearts can rest and find peace in the presence of God. Tonight we will wander slowly through moments of reflection, whispers of prayer, and the gentle light of faith. If you are here with me from near or far, consider leaving a note of where you're joining from, or sharing this time with someone who may need a gentle moment of comfort. Perhaps dim the lights, settle beside a window where the night wind drifts softly, or rest near a small hearth with the warm glow of candlelight. Allow the rhythm of your breath to ease, and let your attention linger on the tender details around you. The quiet sigh of the trees, the far-off call of an owl, the shimmer of moonlight through your curtains. Tonight we begin a story of quiet longing, of faith that moves gently through ordinary days, and of the peaceful presence of God. Let us step softly together into part one. In the hush of evening, hearts quietly seek his presence. The sun had begun its slow descent, spilling soft amber light across the warm wooden floors of a small living room. The glow settled warmly on the spines of books lining the shelves, their pages gently catching the last rays. Outside, a breeze rustled through the branches of a maple, its leaves whispering in patterns only the patient ear could hear. The faint cooing of a dove from the garden beyond seemed to echo the gentle rhythm of the heart, steady and calm. In an armchair near the window, a figure sat quietly, hands resting loosely on their lap. The weight of the day had settled into their shoulders, yet there was no rush to leave, no urgency to move. A mug of chamomile tea steamed softly on the side table, the gentle scent mingling with the faint aroma of burning wood from the small fire. Each slow inhalation became a meditation, a prayer without words, a silent offering of attention to the calm of the room and the peace that waited in its gaze. The mind wandered softly, recalling small, ordinary moments that had carried invisible threads of promise. The warmth of sunlight spilling across a wooden porch the day before, the faint laughter of a neighbour carried over the comforting hush of ordinary The knees, turning the pages of a half-read book, were acts of attentiveness, gentle gestures that connected the heart to something larger, enduring and kind. Beyond the window, the first stars began to appear, delicate pinpricks against the deepening blue of evening. One by one they emerged, each seeming to hold a quiet promise that even in the vast darkness, light endures, and even the smallest soul is seen. The figure's eyes softened, tracing the paths of constellations remembered from childhood, allowing the mind to drift lightly from one memory to another, each carrying a whisper of reassurance, of unseen guidance, of gentle love. The tea's warmth seeped through their fingers, the sensation grounding the spirit in the simplicity of the moment. Outside, the breeze shifted, carrying with it the faint scent of jasmine and the distant murmur of a creek, soft and unhurried. A sense of presence settled over the room, subtle and steady, a quiet comfort that did not demand attention but merely offered rest to a heart that had long been searching for it. Time seemed to slow. The rising of night's cool shadow was no longer a reminder of endings, but a gentle invitation to surrender, to listen, to feel. The soul leaned toward the stillness, toward the hush between heartbeats, toward the tender assurance that longing is never unheeded, that prayers spoken in soft secrecy are known. Even in silence there is communion. Even in the simplest moments God is near, offering rest, offering quiet reassurance that one is never alone, and that peace can be found if only the heart lingers long enough to notice. Soft wind through trees. As eyelids grew heavy and the breath found an even, unhurried rhythm, the room held its hush. Shadows deepened without fear, light shimmered without harshness, and the heart found a small, unwavering calm. The quiet longing that had begun at the edge of evening had been met, not with grandeur, but with gentle, patient presence. And in that meeting, the first tender threads of peace wove themselves into the spirit, ready to carry it softly into the rest of the night. Even the quiet dawn reminds the soul of God's gentle care. The first hints of morning drifted through the thin curtains, pale gold brushing softly across the wooden floorboards. Outside, the world stirred with subtle sounds, the distant call of a morning dove, the gentle rustle of leaves as a breeze passed through the maple, and the soft trickle of a creek winding through the edge of the garden. Everything moved slowly, deliberately, as if each sound and motion were part of a sacred rhythm meant to remind the heart of its connection to something far larger than itself. From the armchair by the window, the figure shifted slightly, drawing the blanket closer around their shoulders. The night had been long, filled with the usual stirring of memories, the half-forgotten worries that often accompany solitude, yet this morning brought a gentle reassurance. A cup of warm tea steamed softly on the small table beside them, the aroma mingling with the faint scent of fresh earth and dew from the open window. Taking a slow sip, warmth spread not only through the body but seemed to settle into the very edges of the mind, quieting thoughts and softening the weight of yesterday's concerns. The sun's rays gradually stretched further across the room, touching each familiar surface with a tender, golden light. A worn wooden cross hung above the mantel, catching the early morning beams and casting a soft shadow on the wall. It was a quiet presence, unassuming yet steadfast, reminding the soul that even when life felt uncertain or heavy, there was a constant anchor. The figure traced their fingers lightly over the edge of the mug, feeling the warmth and solidity, letting it remind them that there is a God who, like the morning light, moves quietly and faithfully, reaching every corner, touching every heart, unseen yet ever present. Outside, a small bird hopped along the railing of the porch, pausing to tilt its head, as if listening. Its song was simple, yet melodic, and it carried a profound sense of attentiveness. In that small, ordinary act, the figure found a reflection of divine care, the meticulous attention to the smallest details, the patience woven into the rhythm of each day. Even in the smallest creatures, there was a whisper of God's presence, a reminder that care, love, and attention are never absent. The room itself seemed to breathe along with the figure, the slight creak of the floorboards as they shifted, the whisper of wind through the window, the faint tick of a clock on the wall, all subtle markers of life unfolding gently. There was no urgency here, no pressing need to rush or demand. The world existed in a state of quiet affirmation, a calm cadence that invited contemplation, meditation, and a soft prayer of gratitude. Even the smallest movement, placing a spoon on the saucer, adjusting the blanket, turning toward the light, became a mindful act,
a ritual of noticing God's presence in the ordinary. Thoughts drifted naturally to the day ahead, not in worry but in gentle curiosity. Each task, each small interaction held the potential for meaning and for grace. The figure envisioned the neighbour tending to a garden just down the lane, the soft laughter of children playing in the distance, the scent of freshly baked bread from a nearby home. In these everyday details, there was a quiet manifestation of divine goodness, simple, unassuming, yet profound in its capacity to nurture the spirit and offer a sense of connectedness. A soft breeze carried with it the fragrance of early blooms, and the figure leaned slightly closer to the window, closing their eyes for a moment. Each inhalation felt like a prayer, each exhalation a release of tension and worry. Here I am, Lord, awake in the quiet of morning. Guide me, remind me, hold me. The words were unspoken, but the intent was present,
resonating in the gentle pulse of the room and the slow unfolding of the day. Turning their gaze back toward the small shelf of books, the figure selected a worn volume of Psalms. The pages were fragile at the edges, yet familiar in their texture and smell. Opening to a passage that had often offered solace, they read slowly, savouring each line, allowing the words to sink into the soul rather than rushing through them. The cadence of the text, the rhythm of each sentence became a lullaby of faith, a reinforcement of the gentle truth that God's care is constant, enduring, and intimate. Even in moments of doubt, the promise lingered. The Lord watches, the Lord hears, the Lord is near. Outside, the maple leaves quivered in a soft dance with the wind, and the sun, now higher in the sky, cast long, warm streaks across the grass. The figure stepped onto the porch, bare feet feeling the cool texture of the wooden boards, the morning sun warming their face. Each breath of fresh air seemed imbued with possibility and calm, a reminder that even the smallest gestures, touching the earth, feeling the sun, noticing the wind, can become an act of communion with the Creator. A neighbour's dog wandered briefly into view, tail wagging lazily, and the figure offered a soft smile, a nod, a wave. The exchange was fleeting, yet it held meaning. In small acts of acknowledgement and presence, the seeds of kindness and attentiveness to God's creation were sown. The day, though ordinary, carried a sacred cadence, a gentle pattern in which faith could be quietly exercised through mindful observation, soft speech, and deliberate stillness. The figure lingered a while longer, letting the world awaken fully around them. The birds, the leaves, the distant sound of flowing water, all combined to form a symphony of subtle reassurance. With each sound and movement, the spirit felt lighter, more attuned to the gentle rhythms that echoed the constancy of God's love. Here, in the delicate unfolding of a morning, the soul remembered that peace is not always found in grand gestures or extraordinary events, but in the quiet attentiveness to life as it flows, in the patient witnessing of God's presence in every detail, every sound, every flicker of light, birds singing softly. By the time the sun had fully risen, spilling warmth across the garden and into the small room, the figure felt a gentle sense of readiness, not a hurried readiness, but a calm preparedness, a quiet assurance that whatever the day held, they were held as well. The hands rested once more on the mug, fingers tracing the familiar curve, eyes drifting to the light-dappled wall. Prayer had not been shouted, nor had it needed to be. It had been offered through attention, through presence, through the small and ordinary acts of noticing and breathing and being. Softly, almost imperceptibly, a sense of gratitude settled over the spirit. The world was alive with gentle reminders, each carrying a quiet message. You are not alone.
You are seen. You are loved. And in that slow, mindful observation, the heart felt the first hints of sustained peace, a calm that would extend through the morning, into the day, and into the quiet of future evenings. Softly they whispered, almost to themselves, "Thank you, Lord, for this morning. Thank you for light and life and quiet presence." And the world continued in its gentle rhythm, allowing the spirit to rest in the stillness, ready for the next steps of the day, buoyed by the quiet affirmation that faith and peace are never far from a heart that seeks them. Gentle creek flowing. As the figure turned to prepare a simple breakfast, the day began not with urgency, but with a sense of sacred rhythm. The ordinary had become extraordinary, not through grandeur, but through presence, attention, and a heart attuned to the subtle echoes of divine care. And so the morning passed quietly, each movement, each glance, each breath a soft song of trust, a gentle hymn of gratitude, a reminder that even in the smallest moments, God's love is near and steadfast. In the quiet of the garden, the heart learns to listen to God. The sun had climbed higher now, spreading a gentle warmth over the small garden behind the house. Dew still clung to the tips of the grass, shimmering like tiny jewels in the soft morning light. Each blade seemed to hold its own secret, a reminder of creation's intricate care, as if even the smallest detail had been placed with infinite intention. A faint breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the scent of lavender and mint, weaving an invisible thread between the senses and the soul, inviting deep, unhurried breaths. The figure stepped into the garden slowly, each movement deliberate and unhurried, feeling the soft earth give beneath their feet. Fingers brushed over the leaves of plants, noticing the slight curve of a stem, the delicate veins of a leaf, the quiet growth that had gone unnoticed over days and nights. In this small sanctuary, the ordinary became sacred, and the body and spirit found alignment in the slow rhythm of observation. Every sound, the rustling leaves, the chirp of a sparrow, the distant murmur of a stream, was a gentle invitation to stillness, a subtle teaching of God's presence in all things. There was a wooden bench nestled beneath the shade of a spreading oak, its branches forming a protective canopy overhead. The figure sank into its worn surface, letting the weight of the body rest entirely upon it. And in that surrender, a soft relaxation spread from shoulders to fingertips. In the silence between each whispering wind, there seemed to be a space for listening, for hearing the quiet voice that often speaks not in words, but in sensation, in the slow unfolding of time and light. As the morning deepened, the figure reached for a small notebook tucked beside them. They did not intend to fill it with grand declarations or ambitious plans. Rather, it was for recording the simple moments that seemed to shine with God's care. A newly opened bloom, the way the sun caught the edge of a leaf, the soft landing of a butterfly upon a patch of lavender. Each observation was a form of prayer, each note a silent acknowledgement of gratitude. The act of writing was slow, deliberate, a reminder that to notice deeply is to honour the life around us, and in that honouring to honour the one who made it. A pair of doves landed gently on the garden fence, their coos blending seamlessly with the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of water. The figure watched, noticing the subtle tilt of their heads, the careful way they adjusted their feathers, the measured steps as they moved along the fence. In these small motions the figure perceived patience and intention, and a quiet reflection arose. Just as the doves moved with care, so too does God guide the steps of all creation with unwavering attentiveness. Even in the moments that seem trivial or unnoticed, there is guidance, care, and love. A soft shadow fell across the garden as a cloud drifted overhead, cooling the warmth of the sun and lending a gentle hush to the space. The figure leaned back against the bench, closing their eyes and letting the soft air brush across their face. Thoughts, often insistent in the quiet morning hours, began to dissolve into the rhythm of the garden. A gentle prayer arose without words. Teach me, Lord, to be attentive, to move through life with patience, to notice the small wonders that reveal your love. In that quiet, the heart felt lightened, as if the weight of unseen concerns was gently lifted and set aside. Nearby, a small patch of wildflowers swayed in the breeze. Their colours were muted in the soft morning light, yet there was vibrancy in their presence. The figure reached out, touching the petals with a careful hand, feeling the delicate texture and the faint warmth from the sun. The act was unremarkable to an observer, yet in it was a meditation, the simple acknowledgement of life, the tender recognition of creation's beauty, and a quiet gratitude for the hand that had made it all. Each moment became a thread in a tapestry of connection, weaving the figure into the larger narrative of divine care. As the morning continued, bees drifted lazily from flower to flower, their harmless, subtle, persistent music. The figure listened, allowing the sound to become a backdrop for reflection. Thoughts wandered to past seasons, memories of simpler days filled with walks through fields, quiet afternoons reading in the sun, moments when God's presence had been felt in ordinary tasks, in the rhythm of breathing and living. There was comfort in remembering, but also a gentle reassurance that the same presence continues, unfailing through all seasons, seen and unseen, guiding, nurturing, and sustaining. A squirrel emerged from the base of the oak, its small movements purposeful yet unhurried. It paused, its eyes alert, then continued its careful search along the edge of the garden. The figure observed, smiling softly at the diligence and care evident even in this tiny creature. Each life, no matter how small, revealed a facet of God's design, a reminder that attentiveness and care are integral to existence. Even in solitude, the world offered lessons in patience, presence, and trust, and the figure felt these lessons settling quietly into their heart. The breeze shifted, carrying the scent of warm earth and distant flowers. The figure rose slowly from the bench, letting their fingers brush the surfaces of leaves and stems as they walked through the garden. Each step was deliberate, each movement mindful, and in this careful attentiveness, a quiet communion unfolded. God was not distant. The sacred was embedded in every curve of a leaf, every tilt of a flower, every whispering wind that passed through the branches overhead. Presence was everywhere, and the heart recognized it, even in the simplest acts of noticing and breathing. Time seemed to stretch gently, hours dissolving into one another without rush. Shadows lengthened as the sun continued its slow climb, and the garden became a mosaic of light and shade. The figure paused beneath the oak once more, taking in the scene, the delicate interplay of sun and leaf, the subtle movements of creatures unseen, the soft murmur of life unfolding. In this stillness, a deep sense of peace arose, a recognition that God's care permeates every detail, and that by simply being present, simply noticing, the soul is invited into communion with the Creator. Soft wind through the leaves. By mid-morning, the figure found a quiet place near the creek, seated on a smooth stone warmed by the sun. Water flowed gently over pebbles, creating a sound both constant and gentle, a reminder of continuity and sustenance. Here, with the quiet melody of the creek and the distant calls of birds, the figure allowed themselves to rest fully into the day, letting go of lingering worries, trusting in God's presence and guidance. Even the act of simply listening, of breathing in sync with the world around them, became a prayer, an offering of attention and gratitude, a soft acknowledgement that peace is often found in the ordinary, quiet moments. A dragonfly skimmed across the surface of the water, its wings catching the sunlight in fleeting flashes. The figure watched with gentle focus, marvelling at its delicate balance, the precision of its flight. In such moments life felt both fragile and sacred, and the figure was reminded of the subtle ways in which God communicates care, teaching patience and attentiveness, guiding the heart to recognize beauty and grace even in fleeting instances. The garden, the bench, the creek, the flowers, all became a chorus of quiet affirmations. Each detail, observed and appreciated, reinforced the sense of a world infused with divine attention. The figure sat for some time, letting each sound, each movement, each breath deepen the feeling of trust and stillness. There was no need to rush. The day, like the heart, could unfold slowly, each moment offering a gentle gift of presence, care, and peace. Finally, rising from the stone, the figure brushed their hands gently on the hem of their clothing and turned back toward the house. The garden remained alive around them, a testament to patient growth, persistent care, and quiet beauty. Each step toward the door was mindful, deliberate, a reflection of the morning's lessons, that in stillness, in careful attention, in the gentle acknowledgement of life and light, the heart can rest securely in God's love. Birds chirping softly. Softly, the figure spoke a quiet word of thanks, a simple recognition of the morning's unfolding. Thank you, Lord, for these moments, for life, for light, for care seen and unseen. And as they stepped into the house, the garden continued its slow, sacred rhythm, offering a lasting sense of peace, an invitation to carry the calm into the rest of the day, a reminder that the presence of God is always near, attentive and tender. The gentle stream carries prayers as softly as the wind carries leaves. The morning light had settled softly across the hills, spilling over the edges of the meadows and dappling the earth in patterns that shifted with the breeze. A small stream wound lazily through the valley, its water clear and glinting in the sun, tracing a path among stones smoothed by time. The figure walked slowly along its bank, bare feet brushing over damp moss and cool sand, feeling the subtle textures beneath them. Each step seemed to echo a quiet rhythm, a cadence that mirrored the soft, persistent gurgle of the water as it curved around rocks and roots. The air was cool but not sharp, carrying the subtle scent of wet earth, wildflowers and pine from the distant forest. Dragonflies skimmed the surface of the stream, their iridescent wings catching sunbeams in fleeting glimmers. A distant frog croaked intermittently, harmonizing with the burble of water and the occasional rustle of leaves. The figure paused, crouching to observe a tiny cluster of minnows weaving around the submerged stones, their movement delicate yet purposeful. The sight stirred a quiet reflection. Just as the stream nurtured the fish, so too does God's guidance sustain the soul through every winding turn of life. A soft sigh escaped as the figure traced a finger along the water's surface, sending ripples that spread outward in widening circles. The gentle disruption was calming, a reminder that even small acts can influence the world around us. Each ripple reflected sunlight, shimmering briefly before settling back into the stream's continuity, and the heart recognized in that simplicity a quiet lesson: patience and persistence, humility and care, ripple through life in ways often unseen but deeply felt. Nearby willow branches hung low, their leaves brushing the water with a whispering sound. The figure leaned into the gentle movement, noticing how the light played among the leaves, turning the world into a mosaic of shadow and sun, dark and light interwoven. A small bird flitted from branch to branch, chirping softly, and the figure listened with a gentle attentiveness, letting the natural symphony become a meditation. There was no hurry, no expectation, only the unfolding of the present moment, a sacred offering of attention and presence. Sitting on a flat stone near the water's edge, the figure removed a small journal from a leather satchel, its pages faintly creased from frequent use. The pen in hand moved slowly, recording observations not just of the stream, but of the heart itself. Notes were made of the quiet miracles, sunlight breaking through leaves, the smell of wet moss, the soft hum of insects, the delicate balance of life thriving in unseen corners. Each line of writing was itself a prayer, a recognition that God's care exists in the minutiae of the world, in the details that often go unnoticed, yet are profoundly sustaining. The breeze shifted, carrying with it the scent of distant wildflowers and the subtle perfume of damp soil. The figure inhaled slowly, noticing how the air felt against the skin, how it lingered in the lungs, how the heart seemed to quiet in response. Thoughts that had felt urgent or heavy earlier began to dissolve into the cadence of the stream. In this quiet communion, a soft prayer formed without words. Teach me, Lord, to notice your work in every place, to trust your care even when I cannot see the path ahead. The breath became slower, deeper, more attuned to the rhythm of the world around them. Along the stream, a fallen branch had created a small pool where sunlight pooled like liquid gold. Tiny water insects danced upon its surface, each movement precise and purposeful. The figure watched in silent fascination, recognizing in this small ecosystem a reflection of divine order and love. Even here, in a space so ordinary it might be overlooked, there was life, balance, and beauty. The figure leaned closer, fingertips hovering above the water, feeling the subtle vibration as a leaf floated past, and thought of the ways God moves through the smallest details of life, guiding and sustaining, often unnoticed yet profoundly present. Time passed in this gentle observance. The figure's gaze drifted to the distant hills, where the morning fog still clung to treetops like a soft veil. The hills seemed to breathe, rising and falling with the wind, and the figure felt a quiet kinship with the land, a sense of being held within creation. Thoughts of burdens and concerns were met with the rhythm of the stream, the whisper of leaves, the occasional song of a bird, and the heart found a space to release tension, to rest, to trust. A turtle emerged from the reeds, moving slowly and deliberately toward the sunlit stones. Its movements were steady, patient, deliberate, and the figure watched with a soft smile, noting the care it took with each step. There was a lesson in that slow, deliberate motion, that God's timing is not ours, that patience is as sacred as action, and that even small, unhurried steps can lead to meaningful growth. The figure reached out a hand but did not disturb the creature, recognizing that reverence itself can be a form of communion. The stream widened slightly, curving gently around an ancient oak whose roots reached into the water. The figure leaned against the trunk, feeling its rough bark under the fingers, grounding themselves in the solidity of its presence. The canopy above filtered sunlight, creating patterns that danced on the figure's lap and the stones below. Each pattern seemed like a fleeting blessing, an ephemeral gift that existed only in this moment, yet left a lasting impression on the heart. In the stillness,
a sense of belonging settled in, belonging to the earth, to the flow of life, to the rhythm of the divine. A soft rain began to fall, almost imperceptible at first, then gathering into a gentle drizzle. The figure closed their eyes, letting the water kiss the skin, listening to the pitter-patter on leaves and stones. The sound became a lullaby, a subtle orchestration that mingled with the rustle of the willow branches, the hum of the water, and the distant calls of birds. Each droplet seemed to carry a blessing, a gentle assurance that the world is tended, that the smallest acts of care, the quietest prayers, are heard. Sitting back on the stone, the figure allowed themselves to simply exist in the embrace of this sacred place. Thoughts moved like clouds, drifting, dissolving, leaving a sense of serenity in their wake. The cool water lapped gently at the stone beneath, the wind brushed softly through the reeds, and the rain continued its gentle rhythm. The figure breathed slowly in and out, feeling the unity of body, mind and spirit, feeling the invisible yet undeniable presence of God moving through the space, through the air, through the rhythm of water and wind, and within the quiet heartbeat of their own soul. A deer appeared at the edge of the stream, its movements cautious and measured, its ears twitching at the faintest sound. The figure watched without a word, marvelling at its grace, its attention, its quiet vigilance. In the presence of the deer, a soft thought arose. In the vigilance and care of creation, God's tender hand is evident, guiding, sustaining, and watching over all. Even as the deer drank from the stream and eventually disappeared into the trees, the sense of reverent presence lingered, a reminder of the ever-present love surrounding the heart. The drizzle lessened, leaving behind the gentle scent of wet earth and leaves. Sunlight began to filter again through the clouds, glinting on the rippling water. The figure rose slowly, stretching with deliberate care, each movement mindful, acknowledging the small aches and stiffness that reminded them of their living body. A vessel carrying them through this beautiful, attentive world. Fingers brushed over leaves as they passed, noting the lingering drops of water, the subtle sway of grass, and the quiet life that thrived all around. Finally, the figure began to walk back toward the home, moving deliberately, savouring each moment of observation and presence. Even as the garden and stream receded behind them, the peace cultivated here remained, a gentle, enduring comfort. Thoughts that once clamoured for attention had quieted into a soft hum, replaced by gratitude, reverence, and trust. Each step forward was a prayer, each breath a meditation, and the figure carried within them the assurance that God's presence follows faithfully, whether seen or unseen, felt in the ripple of a stream, the sway of a branch, or the soft whisper of wind across the hills. Soft rain at the window. The figure paused at the threshold, turning back once more to the stream and the garden beyond, smiling softly. "Thank you, Lord," came the whisper, carried lightly on the wind. And with that simple word of gratitude, the soul rested deeper, cradled in the gentle arms of creation, ready to carry the calm and presence of God into the unfolding day. In the quiet of the orchard, God's presence can be felt in every gentle sway of the branches. The sun had begun its slow descent, casting a soft golden light across the orchard. Each tree stood with a quiet dignity, leaves rustling faintly in the evening breeze, carrying the scent of ripening fruit and warm earth. A figure moved along the narrow path between rows of apple and pear trees, hands brushing lightly over the smooth bark, fingertips tracing the subtle grooves that told the story of seasons past. The world was alive with quiet motion. A bird landing softly on a branch, a squirrel pausing mid-leap, the occasional flutter of a butterfly, delicate wings catching the last rays of sunlight. The figure paused at a tree that bore the heaviest fruit,
reaching upward to pluck a sun-warmed apple. Holding it in hand, they noted its colour, the gentle sheen, the faint aroma that rose from the skin. Bringing it close, they inhaled the scent, letting the small pleasure remind them of the simple gifts God provides daily. Eating slowly, savouring each bite, the figure felt a warmth spread through them, not only from the fruit, but from the awareness that even in ordinary acts, God's love was woven through every detail of life. Birdsong drifted from a nearby grove, faint yet distinct against the stillness of the evening. The figure leaned against a wooden fence, listening to the melody, noting the way the wind shifted, how the scent of clover and fresh soil mingled in the air. The orchard seemed to breathe as one living entity, a gentle heartbeat beneath the sky, and the figure felt a connection not only to the earth, but to the Creator who had fashioned it with care. They whispered a small prayer, almost inaudible. Thank you for this quiet moment, for the hands that tend the earth, for the beauty that surrounds me. In the distance, the light softened into shades of rose and amber, painting the clouds in delicate patterns that shifted with the movement of the wind. Shadows stretched long across the orchard floor, and the figure noticed the interplay of light and darkness, the gentle way one faded into the other. There was a reminder here, subtle but profound. Even as day gives way to night, and clarity to uncertainty, God's presence remains steady and unwavering. A small creek ran along the edge of the orchard, murmuring softly over stones, carrying with it a reflective shimmer of the evening sky. The figure knelt beside it, letting their fingers touch the cool water, feeling the flow in the subtle current. The sensation was grounding, a tactile reminder of continuity and renewal. As the water trickled past, tiny fish darted in and out of submerged roots, moving with quiet precision. Watching them, the figure thought of how God's guidance moves through life, often unseen, subtle, yet persistent and sustaining. A gentle rustling in the grass drew their attention to a rabbit, its ears twitching at the slightest sound, its nose exploring the ground as it nibbled at clover. The figure smiled softly, remaining still, letting the creature's calm presence be a quiet companion. It was a small observation, easily missed, yet it brought a sense of peace, a reminder that God's care reaches even the smallest of his creations. In the patience of watching, a gentle gratitude arose, filling the heart with warmth. As the sun dipped lower, the figure made their way to a small bench beneath the largest tree in the orchard. The bark was rough against their back, the earth firm beneath their feet, and the sky above began to deepen into shades of lavender and deep indigo. Sitting quietly, the figure closed their eyes and listened. The soft chatter of leaves, the distant hum of evening insects, the water's gentle murmur, the occasional far-off call of a bird returning to roost. Each sound was a meditation, a subtle reminder of the rhythm and presence of life and God's sustaining hand within it. They pulled a small book from their satchel, a worn Bible, edges frayed, pages softened by years of handling. Fingers traced the words of Psalms, letting the cadence of Scripture mingle with the natural cadence of the orchard. Each phrase resonated softly, a gentle guide through the mind and spirit, drawing attention to the quiet miracles, the enduring love, and the reassurance of divine presence. As they read, the sun finally settled below the horizon, leaving behind a wash of cool colours and a sense of closure for the day. A soft wind began to stir the branches above, carrying the scent of evening dew and earth. The figure opened their eyes, noticing how the orchard transformed under the new light. Shadows deepened, stars began to appear faintly in the sky, and the cool air held a crispness that spoke of the Night's approach. There was a momentary stillness, a pause in the movement of the world, and the figure inhaled deeply, feeling the calm sink into the bones, into the breath, into the soul. A lone firefly appeared near the edge of the orchard, its tiny light blinking softly in the growing darkness. The figure watched as more appeared, flickering in gentle patterns, like tiny beacons guiding the eye and heart. Each blink seemed a wordless prayer, a quiet hymn of the night, a symbol of hope and continuity. The figure felt a profound stillness settle over them, a deep awareness that God's light exists even when the world seems dim, flickering but persistent, visible if only we are patient enough to notice. From the distance, the faint toll of a bell could be heard, carried on the evening breeze. It marked the passage of time, the winding down of day into night. The figure allowed the sound to guide their thoughts, each toll a subtle reminder of the constancy and rhythm of life, of God's unwavering presence amidst the passage of hours and days. They breathed in the cool air, feeling it fill the lungs, carrying with it the scents and sounds of the orchard, and exhaled slowly, releasing any lingering tension or worry. As night fully settled, the first stars twinkled with gentle clarity. The figure rose from the bench, brushing the soft leaves from their coat, and setting the small book carefully back in its satchel. Each movement was deliberate, respectful, mindful, as if honouring the day, the place, and the quiet work of God in their surroundings. A final glance around the orchard revealed the stillness, the soft silhouette of trees against the night sky, the water shimmering faintly in the moonlight, and the fireflies blinking in gentle rhythm. Walking back along the path toward the house, the figure noticed the subtle sounds of night, the gentle rustle of leaves, the occasional croak of a frog, the distant cry of an owl, each sound blending into a calming symphony. There was no hurry, no rush, only the rhythm of steps, the soft brush of fabric against skin, the feel of earth underfoot. Each sensation carried with it the quiet assurance that God's presence is both constant and intimate, weaving through the world and through the heart. Reaching the doorway, the figure paused, placing a hand lightly on the frame. The cool wood felt grounding, a simple touch linking the sacred calm of the orchard with the warmth of home. A whispered prayer of thanks rose naturally, not urgent or formal, but quiet, steady, and heartfelt. Thank you, Lord, for this day, for the life around me, for the stillness that restores my soul. Evening breeze through orchard. Turning inside, the figure felt a deep sense of serenity settle over them. The peace of the orchard, the lessons of patience, attentiveness, and trust in God's care, all accompanied them inward into the quiet of the room. With a gentle exhale, the day's concerns faded further, replaced by gratitude, reflection, and the subtle, enduring awareness of divine presence that lingers quietly, faithfully, in every moment, waiting to guide the heart through the calm of night. As the moonlight dances on the river, God's gentle presence seems to ripple across the water. Night had fully settled, and the world outside the small home felt hushed as if it were holding its breath. The figure stepped quietly onto the back porch, the worn wooden boards cool beneath their bare feet. The moon hung low and full above the horizon, spilling silver light across the river that meandered through the quiet valley. Its surface shimmered gently, catching the reflection of stars and clouds alike, moving with a rhythm that seemed almost like breathing. In this moment, the figure felt the quiet intimacy of God's creation. Each ripple on the water a gentle reminder that life, in all its simplicity, was being watched over and cherished.
The soft murmur of the river mingled with the distant whisper of leaves, stirred now and then by a delicate night breeze. Crickets trilled in steady chorus, a low, comforting sound that filled the spaces between the water's soft laps. The figure inhaled deeply, tasting the cool air, the faint scent of damp earth and wild flowers drifting from the riverbank. They let their gaze follow the winding course of the river, noticing the way shadows fell across its bends, the small stones scattered along the shoreline, the tiny ripples formed by the occasional fish rising to the surface. Every detail, every subtle movement was a small testament to the presence of God, waiting quietly for attentive eyes and patient hearts. Sitting on the edge of the porch, legs swinging gently over the side, the figure pulled a thin shawl around their shoulders. It smelled faintly of lavender and worn wool, familiar and comforting. They allowed themselves to simply observe the moonlight on the water, the gentle sway of reeds along the riverbank, the flash of a firefly moving like a tiny beacon across the darkened grass. In these small movements, there was a profound lesson in trust and attentiveness. Each moment held significance, a gentle nudge to recognize God's handiwork not only in grand gestures, but in the quiet constancy of the night. The figure's hand reached for the small Bible resting beside them on the porch railing. The leather was soft and worn, pages slightly curled at the corners, evidence of years of patient study. They turned to a psalm at random, feeling the cadence of the words fold naturally into the rhythm of the river's flow. Each line, each verse, resonated softly, a gentle echo that mingled with the natural sounds of the night. As the words of Scripture met the quiet world outside, there was a subtle shift, a feeling of being enveloped in the still, sustaining presence of God. Nearby, an owl called softly from a distant tree, its voice low and steady, a reminder of patience and watchfulness. The figure listened, allowing the sound to fill the spaces between their thoughts. Slowly, they began to trace patterns in the sand along the riverbank with a stick, drawing loops and lines that vanished almost as quickly as they were made. The impermanence of the marks mirrored the gentle reminder that life is transient, yet every moment is imbued with significance when God is present in it. A quiet prayer rose, almost without conscious thought. Lord, let me see your presence in every small moment, every fleeting gesture, every shadow and light. The air had grown cooler now, carrying a faint, damp fragrance from the river. The figure closed their eyes for a moment, listening to the faint lapping of water against the shore, the whisper of wind through the tall grass, the subtle chorus of night creatures all around. In that stillness, the heart felt lighter, freed from the weight of the day's burdens. The rhythm of the river, steady and unhurried, seemed to echo the quiet constancy of God's love, moving calmly through life's twists and turns, unseen yet always present. A lone heron appeared at the river's bend, stepping carefully through the shallow water, its reflection mirrored perfectly in the moonlit surface. The figure watched silently, holding their breath, mesmerized by the deliberate grace of the bird's movements. There was a sense of awe, not loud or startling, but soft and reflective. A reminder that God's creation moves with purpose, even in moments that seem ordinary or unnoticed. The heron paused, tilting its head, then moved on, leaving only ripples in its wake. And yet, even those ripples seemed sacred, a quiet testament to the presence of the divine in motion. Further along the riverbank, tiny lanterns glimmered,
hung by neighbours tending to small gardens, their soft lights flickering like stars fallen to earth. The figure noted how these simple lights reflected on the water, mingling with the moon's glow, creating patterns that seemed almost like whispered prayers. The thought came naturally, softly. Even small gestures, small acts of care, carry God's presence, illuminating the world in ways often unseen. The quiet evening, the gentle river, the soft murmur of life around them, all seemed to underscore this truth with unspoken clarity. The figure's gaze drifted upward once more to the expanse of night sky stretched over the river valley. Stars twinkled faintly, constellations traced by generations of observers, each one a reminder of time, continuity, and divine constancy. The figure felt the immensity of creation, yet within that vastness there was intimacy. God was not only in the grand expanse, but in the smallest ripple of water, in the delicate flutter of a moth's wings, in the quiet beat of a heart resting in trust. Their thoughts returned to loved ones, to quiet prayers whispered in solitude, to moments of grace they might not have recognized in the bustle of day. The figure allowed themselves to linger in gratitude, tracing memories and blessings gently, without urgency, letting each one settle softly in the heart. There was a sense of being cradled by the rhythm of night, of understanding that even in the stillness, God's guidance is steadfast, subtle, and unwavering. From the far shore, the soft toll of a distant bell echoed faintly, carried on the river breeze. It was neither hurried nor intrusive, but steady, a gentle marking of time, of presence, of awareness. The figure let the sound sink in, synchronizing with the heartbeat of the river, the rustle of leaves, the whisper of wind, and the quiet rhythm of their own breath. There was a remarkable sense of harmony, of balance, as though all of creation paused momentarily in reverent attention. The figure rose slowly, brushing the small stick against the porch rail before returning it to the basket. The river's gentle glow reflected one last time in their eyes, and the soft illumination of lanterns nearby hinted at warmth and security. Each movement was deliberate, quiet, reverent. Stepping toward the warm interior of the home, they paused briefly to inhale deeply, carrying the freshness of night, the tranquility of moonlight, the melody of water and wildlife all into themselves. It was as if the river itself had whispered reassurance. God is near, patient, guiding, and present in every small, delicate motion of life. Inside, the figure placed their Bible carefully on the shelf, letting the soft lamplight fall across its worn cover. The gentle hush of the river outside mingled with the faint ticking of a clock, creating a slow rhythm, a lullaby of sorts that settled into the bones and the spirit. A final whispered prayer floated in the room, barely audible. Thank you, Lord, for this quiet evening, for the river, the moonlight, and the steady, unbroken presence of your love. Moonlight rippling on river. Sinking into the armchair by the window, the figure felt the serene continuity of life, of nature, of God's gentle guidance. The calm was complete, yet not static. A living peace that moved with them as they exhaled slowly, closed their eyes, and allowed sleep to approach gently, carrying the river's rhythm and God's enduring presence into their dreams. As lanterns sway gently in the evening breeze, their soft light whispers of God's quiet care. The night had settled into a deep, soothing hush, and the small garden behind the house seemed to hold its breath. Soft shadows stretched across the beds of flowers, their petals folded against the cool night air. Yet even in stillness, there was life.
The figure stepped carefully along the stone path, each footfall cushioned by the gentle dampness of the grass. Lanterns hung from slender branches and wooden posts, their faint glow flickering like fireflies caught in an embrace, casting warm patterns on the earth and creating a quiet sanctuary of light amid the dark. A night breeze drifted through the garden, stirring the soft fragrance of jasmine and honeysuckle. Each inhalation seemed to carry a subtle reminder of God's presence, a quiet assurance that nothing was forgotten, nothing unnoticed. Leaves rustled delicately, and the faint chirping of crickets wove a steady, comforting rhythm that blended with the occasional hoot of a distant owl. The figure paused beside a small fountain, its water glimmering under the lanterns, droplets spilling into the basin in gentle repetition, like the measured heartbeat of the earth itself. Reaching out, the figure touched the edge of the fountain, feeling the cool stone beneath their fingertips. They allowed their gaze to drift over the garden, tiny tendrils of ivy clinging to the fence, a cluster of moonflowers slowly unfurling, and a delicate shimmer of dew forming on the grass as the night deepened. Every detail seemed alive with meaning, a quiet message of care and providence. The figure whispered a soft prayer, not hurried or urgent, simply words of gratitude. Thank you, Lord, for the beauty, the calm, the gentle presence that surrounds me. Near the back of the garden, a small wooden bench sat beneath an old apple tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky. The figure sank onto the bench, legs tucked close, allowing their hands to rest loosely in their lap. The lanterns swayed overhead, their light casting moving patterns across the ground, mingling with the moonlight in a delicate dance of silver and gold. The scene was quiet but not empty. Each sound, the splash of water, the whisper of leaves, the hum of distant insects, felt like an intimate conversation with the divine. A soft breeze lifted strands of hair across the figure's face, and they closed their eyes to fully immerse themselves in the garden's gentle symphony. Thoughts of daily burdens and lingering worries floated to the surface, but instead of clinging to them, they imagined each one being carried away on the night air, released into God's care. In the hush of the night, it was easy to imagine that every leaf, every lantern, every ripple in the fountain carried a blessing, a silent promise that God's attention touched even the smallest details of life. The figure's fingers brushed over the soft petals of a nearby flower, its fragrance light yet persistent, a gentle reminder that beauty thrives even in quiet, hidden corners. They reflected on past moments of fear or doubt, allowing themselves to remember without judgment, merely noticing how far they had come, how God's presence had quietly accompanied them through each shadowed path. With each breath, there was a sense of release, as though inhaling peace and exhaling the tension of the day. Above, the stars had become more prominent, winking faintly through breaks in the clouds. The figure tilted their head back, tracing constellations with a slow, reverent curiosity, and marvelled at the vastness of creation. The night sky felt like a tapestry, each star a thread woven by the hand of God, connecting moments, lives, and memories into a quiet pattern that was steady, intentional, and unhurried. A soft thought surfaced. Even when I cannot see the path ahead, you, Lord, are guiding each step, steadying each heartbeat, surrounding me with care. The lantern's glow reflected in the fountain, creating delicate ripples of light across the water. A small frog perched at the edge, its stillness a tiny meditation in itself, reminding the figure that life moves with both quiet purpose and patience. The figure watched as it leapt softly into the water, the resulting concentric circles expanding outward until they faded,
leaving the surface still once more. The simple movement felt symbolic, a lesson in trust. Small actions, when aligned with God's presence, leave subtle but meaningful ripples in the world around them. A distant owl called again, and the figure's gaze followed a shadow moving along the fence line. A fox, slender and cautious, slipped silently through the underbrush. There was no fear, only awareness, a shared space where human and creature moved gently beneath God's watchful care. The figure leaned back on the bench, inhaling deeply, noticing how the cool air filled the lungs, how their chest rose and fell in rhythm with the soft sounds of the night. They let their mind wander, gently recalling family, friends, and quiet blessings that often went unnoticed in the rush of the day. By the old apple tree, a few lanterns had begun to flicker as the wick consumed the oil slowly, producing a warm, trembling light. The figure reached out to steady one, letting the hand linger briefly on the lantern's glass, feeling the quiet heat radiating outward. There was comfort in the subtle warmth, a physical reminder of the spiritual presence that had accompanied them through every quiet evening, every reflective moment, every gentle thought. The lanterns, though small, seemed to affirm the enduring nature of light and guidance, a gentle assurance that God's presence endures even when unseen. The figure shifted slightly, noticing the tiny dew forming on the grass beneath their feet. Each droplet captured the lantern light, turning the ground into a landscape of sparkling fragments, tiny reflections of a larger, unseen grace. The figure smiled softly, appreciating the simplicity of the moment, a quiet night, a river of soft sound, the gentle interplay of moonlight and lantern, and the comforting constancy of God's attention. The world, though vast and full of unknowns, felt tenderly held in that quiet hour. Slowly the figure rose from the bench and walked toward the porch, each step deliberate and unhurried. They paused to touch the edge of a low garden wall, feeling the cool stone, noticing the lingering scent of earth and night-blooming flowers. Each sensation, however ordinary, carried significance. Each detail seemed a soft reminder of God's presence in the everyday, a whisper that nothing, not even the smallest gesture or unnoticed corner, is beyond his care. Stepping onto the porch, the figure settled into the rocking chair by the open window. The lanterns swayed gently in the garden. The moon reflected on the river beyond, and the faint hum of crickets and wind mingled with the distant call of an owl. The figure closed their eyes and inhaled deeply, letting the combined melody of light, sound, and night wash over them. A small, serene prayer formed naturally. Thank you, Lord, for these quiet moments, for the guidance you offer, for the gentle peace that fills my heart when I stop to notice. Gentle river and night breeze. As the chair rocked slowly, the figure felt a deep sense of rest settle into their shoulders, a tranquility that had nothing to do with the absence of activity and everything to do with the presence of God. The garden, the lanterns, the night air, all became part of an unspoken embrace, a soft reminder that even in solitude, they were never alone. They breathed with the rhythm of the night, letting each inhale bring awareness and each exhale release worry, a tender lullaby of trust and calm, ready to carry them into the peace of sleep. As the first light glimmers on the dewdrops, the garden hums with a gentle promise of God's care. The garden woke slowly, stretching in the hush of early morning. Dew clung to the blades of grass, each droplet reflecting a subtle sparkle from the soft rising sun. The figure stepped lightly across the pathway, the cool moisture soaking the edges of their shoes. and inhaled the crisp air that carried a hint of wet earth and lingering jasmine. It was a quiet hour, when the world seemed to pause just long enough for the spirit to notice the gentle presence of God surrounding everything. A pair of robins flitted between the branches of the apple tree, their soft, measured songs rising into the calm sky. Their tiny, purposeful movements were a quiet testament to the rhythm of creation, each flutter and hop a delicate echo of God's sustaining care. The figure crouched by a small patch of morning glories, running a hand lightly over the tender leaves, and felt an almost sacred stillness settle over their thoughts. The slow, deliberate act of touching and noticing became a prayer, each breath carrying gratitude without words, a silent communion with the Creator. The garden was alive with subtle motions, a spider weaving a precise glistening web, a butterfly hovering briefly over a patch of clover before drifting onward, and the faint stirring of wind through the tops of the trees, rustling their leaves in an almost imperceptible hymn. The figure paused beside the fountain, watching the sunlight catch the ripples in the water, sending tiny waves of light across the stone. The gentle shimmer seemed to echo the constancy of God's presence, unobtrusive yet impossible to miss once noticed. They knelt beside a cluster of violets near the path, brushing away a stray leaf and whispering a quiet word of thanks for the small gifts of the earth. Even the tiniest flower held meaning. Its fragility and resilience mirrored the human heart, delicate yet capable of flourishing under the steady hand of God. The figure's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on moments of doubt and worry that often crept in during the night. They breathed slowly, letting each inhalation bring calm and each exhalation release tension, imagining that with each breath, God's peace filled the spaces once occupied by unease. A gentle breeze carried the scent of wild mint, brushing against the figure's skin and curling softly around their senses. They rose and walked along the path toward the porch, their fingers trailing lightly over the tops of lavender plants, feeling the tiny ridges on each leaf. The sensation was grounding, reminding them that God's care was woven into every detail of life, visible in the textures of plants, the patterns of dew, and the steady, reassuring rhythm of their own heartbeat. Each small observation became a prayer of appreciation, a way of acknowledging the divine order in the ordinary. The figure paused at the edge of the garden, where the morning sun filtered through the branches of a maple tree, casting soft, dappled patterns on the ground. Light and shadow played together like a whispered conversation, and for a moment the world seemed suspended between night and day. The figure closed their eyes and let the warmth of the sun spill across their face, feeling it as a tangible reminder of God's presence, a steady, gentle illumination that reached even the quietest corners of the soul. Near the fountain, a hummingbird darted briefly, its wings a rapid blur, then paused momentarily on a slender branch. The figure's eyes followed it, marveling at the precision and grace of its movements, recognizing in that tiny bird a reflection of divine care for every living creature. They lifted a hand in silent acknowledgement, feeling a connection not just to the bird, but to the broader rhythm of life, the unspoken guidance that kept each creature moving, each leaf turning, each drop of dew clinging to its stem. As the light strengthened, the figure turned toward the small wooden bench beneath the apple tree. Sitting there, they allowed their hands to rest in their lap and their gaze to wander over the garden. The soft murmur of the fountain, the occasional flutter of wings, the distant call of a songbird, these sounds combined into a subtle, continuous lullaby of creation. Each sound seemed to resonate with a spiritual heartbeat, a quiet cadence that drew the figure into a meditative state of trust and gratitude. The They took a small journal from the bench, its pages blank but inviting. With slow, deliberate strokes they began to write down simple prayers, words of thanks for the morning light, the gentle air, the life around them, and the constancy of God's love. Each phrase was careful, unhurried, carrying the weight of presence rather than urgency. The act of writing became a ritual of focus and devotion, each word a soft candle lighting a path deeper into awareness and peace. Nearby, a cluster of violets swayed slightly in the breeze, their delicate blooms nodding as if in quiet agreement with the figure's prayers. The sunlight glimmered off the surface of the fountain, and the garden seemed to breathe in rhythm with them. It was easy to imagine that God's spirit hovered just above the leaves and petals, threading a gentle warmth through the air, reminding the figure that the divine care they sought was already woven into every visible and invisible detail of the world. A soft chime from a distant bell echoed faintly across the garden, the sound mingling with the hum of insects and the subtle rustling of leaves. The figure paused, listening carefully, letting the tone resonate in their chest and spread warmth through their body. It was a small, almost imperceptible signal, yet it carried with it a sense of guidance and reassurance, a reminder that God's attention and care were present in moments both grand and minute. The figure closed their journal, resting it on the bench, and lifted their eyes to the sky. Clouds moved lazily, tinged with pink and gold, signalling the full approach of morning. The garden seemed to glow in response, each leaf, flower, and blade of grass illuminated softly by the mingling light. A gentle breeze brushed the figure's face again, carrying the scent of dew, earth, and distant blossoms, a tangible whisper of blessing that encouraged a slow exhale, a release of tension and a settling into the calm rhythm of the day. Soft morning birds and wind through leaves. The figure rose slowly from the bench, stretching arms gently toward the sky, feeling the warmth settle into their shoulders and back. Every movement was deliberate, measured, and reverent, a physical acknowledgement of the new day, the continued presence of God, and the trust that even in ordinary routines, divine care is abundant. They walked along the garden path one last time, letting their hands brush against flowers, their gaze take in the morning light, and their heart whisper quiet thanks for the continuity of grace that had guided them through night into day. By the time they returned to the porch, the sun had fully lifted above the horizon, casting long, gentle shadows across the garden. The figure sat once more in the rocking chair by the open window, breathing slowly, feeling the early warmth and hearing the faint rustle of leaves, the soft hum of the morning chorus. They closed their eyes and rested, letting the continuity of sound, light, and motion carry them into a quiet, meditative connection with God, ready to begin the day anchored in the calm certainty of divine presence. Softly they whispered a final prayer. Thank you, Lord, for this morning, for the life in every small corner, and for your unceasing care that surrounds me always. Along the soft, winding creek, every ripple seemed to carry a whisper of God's enduring presence. The morning had unfolded into a quiet, radiant day. Sunlight drifted through the canopy of oak and birch trees, scattering golden patterns across the soft moss and fallen leaves of the woodland path. The figure followed the winding trail beside a narrow creek, its waters murmuring steadily over smooth stones, a delicate symphony of small, natural motions. Each sound was subtle yet distinct, the gentle plash of water, the quiet rustle of leaves stirred by a mild breeze, the distant call of a cardinal hidden among the branches. It was in these gentle, unhurried sounds that the figure found a reflection of God's care, steady and unassuming, yet unwavering. As they walked, the figure's fingers brushed against ferns and wildflowers growing along the water's edge. The touch was tender and deliberate, each small contact with the living world a reminder that God's presence is interwoven into every delicate detail. A single dragonfly hovered over the water, wings catching the sunlight in tiny flashes, as if the air itself carried a soft message of hope. The figure watched it dance above the ripples, feeling a quiet sense of reassurance settle deep into their chest. God's guidance was often imperceptible, subtle, like this gentle movement across the surface of the stream, yet its effect was profound when observed with attention and patience. Along the path, the figure noticed a small stone bridge, weathered and moss-covered, arching lightly over the creek. They paused, letting their hand glide along the rough surface of the stones, feeling the coolness and texture beneath their fingers. In the simplicity of the moment, they whispered a prayer, a quiet acknowledgement that every element of creation reflected divine artistry. Their mind wandered to the ways in which the smallest, simplest gestures in life could embody acts of faith. Water poured for a plant, a kind word offered to a neighbour, the deliberate care of tending a garden, each an outward expression of inward trust in God's providence. The water below rippled over a fallen leaf, carrying it slowly downstream. The figure bent slightly to trace its path with their eyes, and in the motion saw a metaphor for life itself, the gentle guiding hand of God moving through the currents of daily existence. Worries and uncertainties, like leaves upon a stream, could be carried forward with ease when entrusted to divine care. This visualization brought a profound sense of comfort, a reminder that even the unseen guidance of God shaped the rhythm of life in quiet, persistent ways. Nearby, a family of squirrels busily scurried along the underbrush, pausing occasionally to nibble upon fallen acorns. The figure watched them with soft attention, noting how naturally they moved in harmony with the forest around them. Their diligence and careful awareness reminded the figure that faith, too, required small, consistent acts. A steady attentiveness to kindness, honesty, prayer, and patience. Each motion, though minor in itself, contributed to the harmony of a life centered in God, a life flowing gently like the creek beside which they walked. The sun had climbed higher, yet the forest maintained its cool embrace. Shafts of light broke through the canopy in soft beams, illuminating patches of wild violets and the damp earth beneath. The figure knelt to lift a delicate violet, cupping it gently in their hands. Its petals were fragile yet resilient, a tiny testament to the enduring care of creation. With a whispered prayer, they placed it back into the soil, imagining that even the smallest act of attention could reflect love and gratitude toward God, a quiet yet meaningful offering that nourished the spirit. They moved on along the creek's edge, finding a flat rock warmed by the sun. Sitting there, they let their gaze wander over the water, over the shifting reflections of leaves and sky, and over the subtle movements of insects skimming the surface. The creek's quiet persistence seemed to echo a deeper truth. God's guidance is constant, flowing gently through the passage of time, moving around obstacles, carving paths of understanding and peace, even when the path seems hidden or uncertain. The figure felt their breathing slow, harmonizing with the rhythm of the flowing water, their thoughts softening as anxiety and restlessness gave way to serene trust. Occasionally a breeze would ripple across the water, sending tiny waves across the surface, catching the sunlight and scattering it in miniature glimmers. The figure's eyes followed each sparkle, and in that simple observation felt a deep sense of wonder. Each flash of light seemed like a reminder that God's care was present in every moment, even those often overlooked. The subtle curve of a leaf, the gentle warmth of the sun on skin, the quiet encouragement in the rustle of a branch. These moments accumulated, creating a mosaic of peace, small yet infinitely sustaining. Further along, the creek widened slightly, creating a shallow pool where the water's clarity revealed smooth stones beneath. The figure knelt and let their fingers drift into the water, tracing the outline of a rounded stone. The coolness against their skin was grounding, and the steady ripple from their touch reminded them of the interplay between human presence and God's natural world. A small frog perched quietly nearby, observing them with unhurried stillness. The figure smiled softly, sensing in this quiet interaction a mirror of divine patience. Life unfolds with gentleness and careful attention, and all creatures, including humans, move within the embrace of God's providence. They sat for a while, letting the warmth of the sun, the gentle trickle of water, and the chorus of birdsong fill their awareness. Each inhalation carried the fragrance of wet earth and distant flowers, each exhalation a release of tension and unspoken worry. The figure found that, even without words, there was communication with the divine, a steady, quiet acknowledgement of God's presence, a surrendering of concerns into hands capable of sustaining and guiding. The stream became a vessel of reflection, each ripple a subtle reminder of the constancy and tenderness of God's love. A soft hum of wind rustled through the treetops, blending with the distant trill of a songbird hidden among the leaves. The figure closed their eyes, listening carefully, letting the chorus of natural sounds envelop them. In this immersion, the ordinary became sacred. A pebble shifted in the creek, a leaf drifted slowly down a current, a bird lifted into the sky. Each small event became a visible sign of God's ever-present care, a gentle encouragement to trust in the rhythm of life, to embrace patience, and to notice the quiet ways in which faith manifests in daily experience. Soft water trickle and wind through trees. The figure rose from the rock, brushing dust and moss from their hands, and continued along the path, feeling the steady pull of gratitude and trust in their chest. The creek meandered beside them, an unspoken companion, carrying away old doubts and refreshing the spirit with the assurance of divine attention. As the sun warmed their shoulders, they offered a quiet prayer. Lord, let me walk today in awareness of your steady care, noticing the small wonders, trusting the gentle currents that carry me, and embracing the stillness you provide. By the time they reached a bend where the creek disappeared into a grove of willows, the figure felt a renewed sense of calm. The water whispered along the stones, the leaves danced gently in the breeze, and the light dappled through branches, forming patterns that seemed almost intentional in their delicacy. Sitting on a low fallen log, the figure allowed themselves a slow exhale, letting the peaceful rhythm of nature, the subtle warmth of sunlight, and the quiet assurance of God's presence wash over them fully, as if the world itself had been crafted to soothe and sustain the soul. Softly, almost imperceptibly, they whispered a final thought before continuing on the trail. Thank you, Lord, for each gentle ripple, each quiet sound, and the ever-present love that flows through every moment of my life. Soft bird song, flowing creek. The figure rose, moving on slowly along the path, carrying within them a sense of calm continuity, a quiet faith strengthened by observation, touch and attention. The creek, ever present yet unobtrusive, mirrored the gentle constancy of God's care, a reminder that even in the smallest details, the divine presence is unwavering, patient, and endlessly sustaining. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, its gentle light seemed to fold the world into a quiet prayer. The evening had settled over the quiet village, casting long, tender shadows across the cobblestone streets and wooden porches. The air carried the faint scent of late-blooming jasmine, mingled with the soft warmth of the fading sun. It was a time when the day's clamour softened into stillness, when birds settled into their nests, and the distant hum of a creek whispered faintly, blending with the subtle rustle of leaves. A figure walked slowly along the winding path that led past humble cottages and small gardens, their footsteps light on the earth, as though not to disturb the serenity of the moment. Everywhere they looked, the world seemed to hum with quiet testimony of God's care. The low golden light touched the edges of flowers, illuminating each petal in soft brilliance. A gentle breeze stirred the branches of an old elm, sending a scattering of leaves across the path, each one tumbling and turning as though dancing to an invisible hymn. The figure paused to watch, hands folded loosely in front, and felt a quiet sense of awe settle over their spirit. Even in these small, ordinary sights, there was a reflection of divine patience, a reminder that God's presence was woven into the rhythms of every day, waiting to be noticed, appreciated, and trusted. A small cat emerged from behind a fence, pausing to observe the figure with wide, cautious eyes. Its whiskers twitched as it approached a patch of sunlight and nestled into the warmth, curling into a tight, contented ball. The figure smiled softly, sensing in the cat's ease a reflection of the peace that comes from trust, a peace that God offers when one allows the day's worries to settle and the soul to rest. They lowered themselves onto a weathered bench nearby, the wood cool and firm beneath their hands, and let the sounds of the evening fill their awareness. The faint coo of a dove in a distant tree, the whisper of wind over the fence, the distant bark of a dog returning home. Each sound was gentle, familiar, and deeply reassuring. As they sat, the figure drew a deep, measured breath, noticing the way the air shifted with the changing light. The warmth of the day lingered, mingling with the onset of night, creating a delicate balance between the fading sun and the approaching stars. In this liminal space, the figure's thoughts turned naturally to prayer. Not the hurried, formal prayers of obligation, but quiet conversations with God, gentle acknowledgements of gratitude, and whispered requests for guidance, forgiveness, and understanding. Fingers lightly traced the edge of the bench, each motion a silent punctuation to their thoughts, as though the physical world itself helped them anchor their spirit in the divine presence. Nearby, a small garden held rows of herbs and flowers, tended with care and patience. The figure leaned slightly forward to examine a patch of lavender, inhaling its subtle fragrance. The scent, familiar and grounding, reminded them of time spent in care and attention, in simple acts of nurturing life. It was easy to see in this quiet ritual a parallel to spiritual care, tending one's own heart, offering small gestures of kindness to others, and remaining attentive to the subtle movements of faith in daily life. These small acts, though often unnoticed by the world, carry weight in the eternal rhythm of love and trust. A fire had been lit in a small hearth nearby, sending gentle tendrils of smoke into the cooling air. The figure felt the warmth radiating, mingling with the fading sunlight in a soft cocoon of comfort.
Their eyes followed the flickering flames, mesmerized by the steady rhythm of movement and light. It was in these small, quiet moments, the bending of light, the warmth of fire, the slow unfolding of evening, that God's presence was most deeply felt. Each ember, glowing steadily, seemed to echo the unchanging love of the divine, a steady illumination even as the world around shifted toward shadow. In the distance, a small stream reflected the sunset in gentle ripples. The figure rose and walked toward it, noticing how the water mirrored the sky's soft hues. Kneeling at the edge, they let their hands trail through the cool flow, feeling the smooth stones beneath their fingers. Each touch was deliberate, a reminder that even the simplest sensory experiences could bring one closer to God. The motion of the water over their hands seemed like a dialogue, a gentle exchange of trust and reflection, where worry could be released and faith quietly nourished. The figure whispered a prayer into the flowing water, knowing it would carry their words just as the current carried leaves and petals downstream. Above, the first stars began to twinkle faintly, small points of light against the deepening blue. The figure lifted their gaze, letting their eyes rest on the expanse of sky, marveling at the vastness and intimacy of creation. Each star seemed to shine with a quiet persistence, a light enduring across distance and time. In that gentle observation, the figure felt an echo of the constancy of God's care, unchanging and reassuring. Their heart, previously quiet, now resonated with a sense of belonging, an understanding that the divine was both infinite and intimately close, guiding, watching, and sustaining. The evening chorus of the forest grew more pronounced. Crickets began their soft rhythm, blending with the occasional flutter of wings as nocturnal birds took flight. A gentle wind carried the scents of night-blooming flowers, cool soil, and lingering warmth from the day. The figure walked slowly along the stream, listening, breathing, noticing, and feeling each detail as though it were a message directly from the Creator. In these attentive, small moments, they realized that faith was less about grand gestures and more about a steady presence, a continuous awareness of God's care in every whisper of wind, every shimmer of water, every faint light in the darkening sky. They paused once more near a bend in the creek, where a small wooden footbridge arched lightly over the water. Leaning on the railing, they observed the interplay of shadow and light, of reflection and motion. A single leaf drifted lazily beneath the bridge, twirling gently in the current. The figure allowed a smile to emerge as they whispered a quiet expression of gratitude, grateful for the safety, the beauty, and the subtle yet powerful reminders of God's attention in their life. This simple act of noticing, of acknowledgement, became a gentle meditation, a prayer without words that spoke directly to the heart. As darkness deepened, lanterns were lit in nearby homes, soft golden pools of light against the evening shadows. The figure's path led back toward the village, steps measured and unhurried. Each flicker of lantern light reminded them that God's presence, like the warm glow, was steady even in encroaching darkness. It was a presence that could be trusted to guide, sustain, and soothe, quietly illuminating the paths of those who walked in faith. At last, they reached the small wooden porch of a cottage, the evening settling fully into its cool embrace. They paused to place a hand on the railing, inhaling the crisp night air, listening to the last gentle murmurs of the stream nearby. In this moment, there was no rush, no urgency, only the soft, continuous assurance of God's presence. They whispered a final thought before stepping inside. Thank you, Lord, for this day, for the quiet, for the beauty, and for the steady light of your love that guides me always. Beneath the silver glow of the moon, the world seemed hushed, as if listening to a quiet prayer. The night had grown deeper, and a soft silver light spilled over the rolling hills and quiet meadows surrounding the village. Shadows stretched long and delicate, softened by the gentle luminescence of the moon. The figure walked slowly along a familiar dirt path, each step deliberate, as though honouring the calm that had settled over the landscape. The air was crisp and fragrant, carrying the faint scent of evening dew and the lingering aroma of wildflowers pressed close by the cooling night. Each inhalation brought a sense of presence, a gentle reminder that the world itself was alive with God's care, patient, constant, and serene. Crickets sang softly from hidden corners of the grass, a rhythmic hum that blended with the whisper of leaves stirred by a subtle breeze. The figure paused to observe a small cluster of fireflies flickering gently, their lights winking in a slow, almost meditative dance. In that quiet display they felt a delicate reflection of divine attention, a reminder that even the smallest, most fleeting things were noticed and held within the scope of God's love. Their hands lightly touched the tall grass at the path's edge, brushing against the dew-specked blades, feeling the cool touch on their skin, and letting the sensation ground their spirit in the present moment. Nearby, a stream wound through the fields, reflecting the moonlight in a silver ribbon that glimmered with gentle movement. The figure crouched to peer into the clear water, noticing small ripples made by a fish stirring beneath the surface. Each tiny disturbance reminded them of the quiet, intricate workings of life, of God's unseen hand, guiding all things with care and intention. As they ran a finger through the water, the ripples expanded slowly, then faded, leaving the surface smooth and calm once more. In this simple motion, they found a meditation, an understanding that life, like the water, flows steadily, responding to each touch with grace and returning to serenity with patience. The figure continued along the path, passing a small orchard where apple trees stood in neat rows, their leaves shimmering in the moonlight. The fruits hung low and round, reflecting the subtle glow of the sky. A gentle wind stirred the branches, causing a few apples to sway and fall softly to the ground. The sound was barely audible, a quiet thump against the grass, yet it resonated in the stillness like a gentle echo of creation's rhythm. The figure knelt to pick up one of the fallen apples, feeling its smooth surface, its faintly sweet aroma, and the quiet weight in their palm. Holding it, they whispered a small, wordless prayer of gratitude, sensing in this simple act the reflection of God's care. Even the humble and ordinary were worthy of attention and reverence. A barn stood at the edge of the orchard, its weathered wood glowing faintly in the silver light. The figure approached slowly, noticing a single lantern hanging from the eaves, its flames steady and warm. They rested a hand on the worn wooden door, feeling its texture and the history embedded within the grains of wood. It reminded them of the shelter God provides, steady and enduring, even in the quietest corners of life. Inside, the air smelled of hay and earth, comforting and grounding. The figure allowed themselves a slow, intentional breath, filling their lungs with the scent of home and the subtle essence of nature, letting it settle deeply into the heart. Beyond the barn, the meadow stretched wide and still, dotted with wildflowers that nodded softly in the breeze. The figure walked toward the centre, letting their eyes wander over the gently swaying stems and the occasional flutter of nocturnal insects. Each movement of life felt deliberate yet unhurried, a reflection of divine rhythm in which every being had its place and purpose. They paused in the middle of the meadow, feeling the soft earth beneath their feet, noticing the coolness against the soles of their shoes, and allowed the expanse of sky to fill their senses. Stars dotted the heavens in a quiet splendour, each point of light steady and unwavering, echoing the constancy of God's presence above. A small owl perched in the branches of a nearby oak, its eyes luminous in the night. The figure watched it in stillness, listening to the soft rustle of feathers as it shifted its weight. The owl's calm vigilance reminded them of the quiet watchfulness of God, ever present, attentive, patient, and gentle. They whispered a soft prayer of trust, offering their cares and fears into the vastness of the night, trusting that all things were held securely in God's care, even those unseen or unspoken. Each exhale seemed to carry tension away, leaving behind a quiet space in which faith could dwell and expand, steady and comforting. As they wandered further, the figure came upon a small wooden bridge arching over the stream. Moonlight shimmered on the water beneath, creating a pathway of silver that seemed to stretch endlessly. They paused at the centre of the bridge, resting their hands lightly on the railing, feeling the cool, rough texture of the wood. The gentle flow of water below reflected the constancy of life's rhythm, moving steadily onward, carrying everything in its path with grace and purpose. Here the figure allowed a moment of full surrender, closing their eyes and listening to the combined symphony of night. The stream, the breeze, the distant murmur of the village, and the occasional whisper of nocturnal life. Each sound was a gentle thread, weaving together the assurance of God's nearness, wrapping their spirit in quiet comfort. Nearby a field of tall grasses swayed, silver-tipped in the moonlight, and a distant dog barked softly, the sound echoing faintly through the hills. The figure breathed in the serenity, feeling the weight of the day fall away, replaced with a profound sense of being held, guided, and cared for. Every movement of the night, the subtle shift of light, the gentle swaying of grass, the murmur of water, the soft rustle of leaves, spoke quietly of God's attention, patience, and enduring love. In these moments the figure understood that prayer need not be loud or elaborate. It could be as simple as walking in moonlight, observing the delicate miracles of ordinary life, and offering a heart open to trust. As the figure began their slow walk home, they noticed the glow of windows in distant cottages, small pools of light against the night. The path was familiar, yet tonight it carried a new depth, a sense of walking within God's presence, noticing and honouring each small detail along the way. They paused at a familiar bench beneath a tree, sitting and letting the cool night air brush their skin, listening to the whispers of the leaves above. Fingers traced the edge of the bench, absorbing the texture, grounding themselves in the simple, tangible world, while thoughts drifted in quiet conversation with God. Gratitude, trust, reflection, and awe mingled together, forming a gentle prayer without words, a meditation of the heart. Finally the figure approached their cottage, the warm glow of the hearth visible through the window. They paused at the door, inhaling the scent of wood smoke and herbs, letting the familiarity and comfort sink deep into their being. Each step inside felt deliberate, as though carrying the quiet lessons of the night into the safety of home. They set down a lantern, letting its light mingle with the lingering moonlight, and allowed themselves a slow, intentional breath. Peace settled over them like a soft blanket, a reminder that the world, though wide and often unpredictable,
was enveloped in God's steady, faithful care. The gentle glow of lanterns reflected in the river, mirroring the quiet light within the heart. Dawn had not yet arrived, but the horizon began to lighten with a pale, delicate tinge of grey. The village along the river remained still, as if holding its breath, wrapped in the soft embrace of pre-morning. Mist curled along the water's surface, moving like whispering spirits that acknowledged the subtle rhythm of life beneath the first touch of light. The figure walked along the river bank, their shoes making faint impressions in the damp soil, each step a silent offering to the gentle quiet of the morning. Lanterns floated along the river, tethered carefully by thin ropes, their flickering flames reflected in the water as elongated wavering streaks of amber and gold. The figure leaned close to the river's edge, observing the interplay of light and shadow, feeling a serene connection to the Creator who orchestrates such quiet marvels. Each ripple caught the lantern light and refracted it in soft sparks that seemed to dance across the surface, reminding them that even in stillness there is motion, and even in darkness there is illumination. A lone swan glided across the water, its feathers kissed by the lantern light, creating ripples that gently disturbed the mirrored reflections. The figure paused to watch it, inhaling the cool, damp air that carried the scent of river reeds and early blossoms. Their hands rested lightly on a smooth stone at the water's edge, tracing its contours as though feeling the heartbeat of the earth itself. In the rhythm of the swan's glide, in the lantern's flicker, in the faint chorus of morning insects stirring in the reeds, they sensed a quiet message. God's presence is both intimate and vast, seen in the minutiae of life and the expansiveness of creation. Nearby, a weeping willow dipped its long, delicate branches into the river, each leaf catching droplets of mist that sparkled in the lantern light. The figure moved closer, letting the leaves brush their shoulders softly, the motion gentle enough to stir a subtle awareness of the quiet miracles that surround daily life. Each touch was a reminder of God's gentle guidance, a subtle whisper that patience, care, and love are woven into every living thing. They ran their fingers along the willow's trunk, rough yet steady, and allowed themselves to pause in reflection, breathing slowly, letting each inhalation fill their lungs with calm, and each exhale release any lingering tension. A small wooden rowboat floated idly near the bank, tethered to a post. Its presence was humble, ordinary, yet in the soft morning light it seemed sacred, a vessel awaiting purpose, a reminder of the journeys God guides, both great and small. The figure traced the edge of the boat with their fingertips, imagining the countless trips it had taken, carrying fishermen, children, supplies, quiet conversations, prayers spoken aloud and silently. It was a gentle testament to the ongoing, often unnoticed work of God's providence. Birdsong began to weave into the river's soft melody. Robins and sparrows heralded the coming day, their voices clear and simple, a music unadorned yet perfectly harmonious. The figure tilted their head toward the sound, feeling a warmth in the chest, as if the world itself were breathing alongside them. They whispered a quiet prayer, thanking God for the ordinary gifts that often go unnoticed, the soft rustle of wings, the scent of wet earth, the gentle lapping of water against the shore, the steady, comforting rhythm of life unfolding. A light wind stirred, brushing ripples across the water and sending the lantern reflections into a slow, undulating dance. The figure reached out, letting the breeze pass through their fingers, feeling the coolness and the energy that carried the promise of a new day. A small frog leaped from the riverbank into the water, breaking the reflection with a tiny splash, and the figure chuckled softly at the simplicity of joy, a reminder that God delights in the small moments, in laughter that arises unbidden, in beauty that requires only quiet observation. Further along the bank, a small wooden dock extended into the river, weathered but strong, its surface smooth from years of use. The figure climbed onto it, sitting with legs dangling above the water. They watched as the river moved steadily beneath them, carrying fallen leaves, floating twigs and occasional blossoms, all guided in their gentle passage. Each item in the water seemed like a prayer being sent to God, humble, sincere, and carried with care. They felt their own prayers reflected in the movement, the flow reassuring them that every petition, every thought, every quiet yearning is seen and received with love. The first hints of sunrise coloured the sky in soft blush and pale gold, spreading warmth across the water's surface. The figure breathed deeply, feeling the warmth seep into their skin, carrying with it a reassurance that even in the slowest, quietest hours, God's light is present, unseen yet unwavering. They reflected on the blessings often overlooked, the calmness of the river, the stillness of the mist, the gentle guardianship of the night's creatures, the faithful pattern of seasons. Each element seemed a letter from God, written in a language of peace, urging them to trust and rest. The river's edge was dotted with smooth stones, and the figure picked one up, feeling its rounded edges in the palm, holding it as a symbol of steadiness and faith. The lanterns on the water seemed to respond, flickering in gentle harmony, as if acknowledging the silent prayers sent into the morning. They let the stone fall back into the river, watching the concentric circles expand outward, touching everything in their path, a quiet metaphor of God's influence in the world, gentle, unassuming, and far-reaching. A heron took flight from a nearby bank, wings wide and gliding with effortless grace. The figure followed its movement with their eyes, tracing the arc of its flight, feeling a subtle lift in their spirit. It reminded them that freedom, peace, and purpose are not always earned, but are gifts from God, present for those who look and listen. They whispered thanks once more, letting the sounds of wings and water blend into a soft, ambient lullaby that resonated deep within the chest, a comforting rhythm of presence and trust. Near the end of the dock, the figure knelt, letting hands hover above the water, feeling the coolness brush the skin. They murmured a prayer of gratitude, quietly acknowledging moments of doubt and fear, and offering them up with the river's movement, trusting that God would carry these burdens and transform them into peace. A dragonfly hovered briefly, light reflecting from its iridescent wings, before darting away, a flash of brilliance and delicate movement that seemed like a tiny blessing, a reminder that beauty and joy can appear unexpectedly, quietly illuminating the spirit. The lanterns on the river began to sway more prominently as the wind grew slightly stronger, their reflections stretching and dancing across the rippling water. The figure rose slowly, brushing the dew from their clothes, and took one last long look at the river. Every detail, the soft sway of grass, the murmuring water, the singing birds, the gentle movement of insects, was a quiet confirmation that God is present in all things, that life itself is a testament to divine care, and that each gentle observation is an opportunity to feel God's abiding presence. With a final step onto the riverbank, the figure turned toward home, heart light, spirit calm. The morning sun now brightened the horizon, spilling warmth and colour across the landscape, signalling the beginning of a new day filled with divine quiet, ordinary miracles, and steadfast grace.
Each step toward the familiar cottage was accompanied by an internal hum of peace, a steady affirmation that God is near, in lantern light and river flow, in wings and whispers, in the soft and steady rhythm of life itself. Sunlight sifted softly through the leaves, touching each petal with a quiet blessing. The morning unfolded slowly, a gentle awakening of the world. Dew sparkled on the tips of the grass like tiny jewels, each droplet reflecting the tender light of a rising sun. The garden was still, except for the occasional stir of leaves and the faint rustle of a bird taking flight. There was a particular kind of peace in the air, one that only comes when the day begins without haste, when the rhythm of life is measured by the gentle swaying of branches, the soft hum of insects, and the careful unfolding of petals. A figure knelt beside the first row of flowering herbs, hands resting lightly on the soft soil. Fingers traced the contours of the leaves, feeling the subtle texture, the cool dampness. A small prayer formed on their lips, quiet as the morning itself, words whispered to the Creator with the simplicity of a heart fully present. There was no rush, no urgency, only the patient unfolding of each thought, each hope, each lingering doubt offered to God in trust. A robin landed nearby, tilting its head as if observing the silent ritual. The figure allowed a soft smile, recognizing in the bird a companion in stillness, a small witness to the prayers that floated upward with the warmth of the sun. They pressed their hands gently together, elbows resting on knees, and let the quiet rhythm of inhalation and exhalation become a prayer in itself. With each breath, tension faded. With each exhale, a soft reassurance that God is near, hearing, present, and steadfast. The garden held its own orchestra, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, the distant murmur of a stream weaving through the nearby woods, the soft clink of petals brushing one another. The figure traced the outline of a young rosebud, its blush delicate in the early light. They thought of the fragility and the strength intertwined in its growth, how the Creator had shaped it with such care, and realized that each moment of observation, each quiet awareness was itself a form of worship. They whispered thanks for the beauty of simplicity, for the ordinary miracles often overlooked, for the gentle consistency of the world around them. The cat padded silently across the garden, brushing against the figure's leg, a soft purr vibrating in the cool morning air. They bent to stroke the animal, fingers tracing the soft fur, acknowledging the shared presence and mutual calm. In the smallest of interactions, the brush of fur, the tilt of a head, the shift of a paw, they sensed a reflection of divine care, an affirmation that all life, no matter how quiet or humble, is cherished. Sunlight began to spill in more fully, reaching through the leaves to illuminate the garden paths in warm, dappled patterns. The figure walked slowly along the narrow walkway, noticing each curve of stone and each small flower that had opened during the night. Tiny bees hovered over blooms, their delicate wings buzzing almost imperceptibly, a reminder that life thrives even in the smallest forms, that God's handiwork is present in the minute and the grand alike. They paused at a patch of lavender, inhaling its scent deeply, allowing the aroma to anchor them in gratitude and presence. Nearby, a wooden bench caught the morning light, inviting them to sit. They settled onto it, letting their hands rest on their lap, and watched as a pair of sparrows flitted from branch to branch, chirping softly in the rhythm of dawn. The figure's thoughts drifted gently, tracing memories of earlier mornings spent in quiet reflection, of prayers whispered in solitude, of gratitude offered for both the joys and the trials of life. Each memory seemed to settle over the heart like a soft blanket, a gentle reminder of God's enduring presence through every season. In the stillness, they lifted their gaze to the sky, the pale blue gradually deepening with the promise of a full morning. Sunlight played across the leaves in patterns that shifted with the breeze, creating fleeting mosaics of light and shadow. They breathed slowly, deeply, sensing the grace of God in each motion, in the sway of branches, the glint of light on petals, the gentle unfolding of the day. Prayer became a quiet stream, steady and flowing, connecting heart, breath, and awareness in a tapestry of presence. A faint chime echoed from the distant village, marking the hour with soft clarity. The figure listened, letting each note carry the prayer further, imagining it rising with the morning mist, mingling with the whispers of leaves and the song of the birds. They reached out to touch a cluster of wildflowers, letting the delicate petals brush their palm, and felt a profound sense of inclusion in the vast design of creation. Even the smallest touch, the gentlest observation, seemed to echo with divine significance. A gentle wind shifted, sending a cascade of cherry blossoms drifting like soft snow across the garden path. The figure watched them tumble and swirl, a quiet celebration of the ephemeral beauty of life. Each petal's journey felt like a lesson in trust, an invitation to release control and embrace the unfolding of each moment with faith. They offered another soft prayer, one of gratitude for the transient and the eternal, for the seen and unseen blessings woven through each day. Nearby, a small fountain gurgled gently, water spilling over smooth stones, catching sunlight in tiny prisms. They placed their hands lightly on the edge, feeling the coolness seep into their skin, grounding them in the present moment. It was a reminder that God's care flows steadily, quietly, like water, nourishing, constant, and renewing. They closed their eyes briefly, letting the soft murmur of the fountain mingle with the whispers of the breeze, the subtle movements of the garden, and the heartbeat of the morning itself. The figure rose slowly, brushing off their hands and adjusting their clothing as they walked along the winding path. Each step was deliberate, mindful, a continuation of their prayer in motion. The soft rustle of grass beneath their shoes, the gentle tilt of a leaf, the distant call of a waking bird, all served as reminders of God's intimate presence in the ordinary details of life. They whispered a quiet blessing over each flower, each stone, each living being they passed, feeling a profound connection to the Creator's care and intention. A pair of butterflies emerged from the shadowed undergrowth, their wings catching the light in iridescent flashes. The figure paused to watch them hover, and then float across the path, marveling at the quiet beauty of the day's small miracles. They let themselves smile softly, feeling a lightness in the chest, a subtle joy that needed no explanation, only acknowledgement. In these fleeting, delicate movements, the presence of God felt tangible, an unseen hand guiding, comforting, and revealing love in the smallest gestures of the natural world. The sun climbed higher, sending beams of warmth across the garden. The figure found a quiet spot beneath an old oak, its broad branches providing gentle shade. They knelt once more, hands folded, breathing deeply in rhythm with the garden around them. Each exhale released lingering worry. Each inhale invited peace. And in the quiet communion of breath and presence, they felt the gentle assurance of God's nearness, the whisper of love threading through every petal, every ripple of water, every note of bird song. Time seemed to slow, the morning stretching in a measured, gentle cadence. The figure lingered in stillness, feeling the sunlight on their skin, the soft earth beneath their knees, the subtle movements of the garden life around them. Prayer became a soft murmur, a steady heartbeat connecting them to the rhythm of creation, to the abiding presence of God in all things. They knew that this quiet attention, this patient observation, this deliberate breathing with the life around them was itself an act of devotion, a testament to the trust and faith that sustained them day by day. As the sun rose fully, casting long shadows and warming the garden paths, the figure rose, brushing their hands gently over the plants, acknowledging each with quiet reverence. They paused at the edge of the garden, looking back over the flowers, the fountain, the swaying trees, and whispered one last prayer of gratitude. The morning had been a gentle unfolding of light, presence, and peace, each moment a small yet profound reminder of God's tender care. The last light of day softened the room, spilling golden warmth across familiar corners. The evening settled quietly, the kind of calm that feels as though the world itself is taking a deep, unhurried breath. Outside the window, the horizon glowed in soft hues of amber and lavender, the sun bowing slowly to the promise of night. Shadows lengthened across the floor, stretching like gentle fingers reaching for familiar places, and the air carried the faint scent of evening blossoms drifting in from the garden. Each detail, from the tilt of the curtains to the way the light kissed the wooden floors, seemed imbued with quiet significance, a reminder that God's presence resides not only in grand miracles, but in the tender, unnoticed moments of daily life. Sitting by the window, hands resting lightly on the warm window sill, the figure allowed their gaze to linger on the shifting light. Their eyes traced the silhouettes of trees against the fading sky, noting the soft sway of branches, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the evening breeze. A small prayer emerged, unhurried and sincere, an offering of gratitude for the day's simple blessings and a quiet request for guidance and peace in the hours to come. Each word was a thread, weaving connection between heart, breath, and the divine, a reminder that even in stillness, one can be profoundly attentive to God's presence. A faint rustling from the garden drew their attention. A rabbit, cautious and deliberate, emerged from the undergrowth, pausing to sniff the cool air. The figure's smile was soft and gentle, a silent acknowledgement of the small life that moves through the world, trusting and unaware of the weight of worry and responsibility. They whispered a quiet blessing, sending it outward with intention and care, imagining that each word might wrap around the rabbit and all creatures like the unseen warmth of God's love. The room itself was a sanctuary. Soft lamplight glowed in corners, casting pools of gentle illumination over shelves lined with worn books, small keepsakes, and framed photographs that carried memories of people and places long cherished. The figure reached for a small notebook resting nearby, its pages filled with prayers, reflections, and notes of gratitude. Fingers traced the lines of ink, pausing over words written days ago, each phrase a testament to moments when the heart had sought, found, and acknowledged God's quiet presence. Outside, the sky deepened to a richer shade, stars beginning to appear one by one, delicate pinpoints of light scattered across the heavens. The figure leaned closer to the window, watching as a pair of fireflies flickered near the garden, their soft glow mingling with the emerging stars above. The sight brought a quiet wonder, a gentle awe at the intricate care woven through creation, each small light a whisper of God's attention to detail, each movement a subtle confirmation that even the most fleeting moments are observed and cherished. A soft breeze drifted through the open window,
carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers and the faint warmth of the day's lingering sun. The figure closed their eyes briefly, inhaling deeply, letting the air fill their lungs and flow through them, a tangible reminder of life, breath, and divine presence. In that quiet, mind and heart seemed to align, each thought settling gently, each concern softening, each hope finding rest in the enduring love that underlies all things. Their hand moved over the windowsill in a slow, deliberate rhythm, tracing the grain of the wood, feeling its age and texture. There was a meditation in the movement, a quiet dialogue with the material world, and, through it, with the Creator. Each motion became prayerful, a conversation without words, a silent acknowledgement that God's guidance and care are not only found in spoken petitions, but also in the attentive awareness of everyday life. The distant murmur of a stream reached their ears, a gentle, continuous sound that mingled with the whisper of leaves and the occasional chirp of a night bird. It was a reminder that the world continues in quiet rhythm, that life flows steadily even when unseen, that each heartbeat, each rustle, each ripple is part of a greater symphony of care and presence. The figure allowed themselves to be carried by the sound, letting it anchor them in the now, letting it serve as a gentle reminder that God is steady and enduring, even when the mind races or the heart worries. A small candle flickered on the table nearby, its warm light casting dancing shadows that softened the edges of the room. The figure reached to adjust it slightly, careful not to disturb the fragile flame. Watching it sway gently, they reflected on the metaphor it offered, the presence of God, delicate yet persistent, illuminating even the darkest corners of life, offering warmth and light without demand or haste. Another soft prayer passed their lips, one of humility and gratitude, acknowledging both the fragility and the resilience inherent in life and faith. The figure's gaze shifted to a small potted plant perched on the windowsill, its leaves vibrant despite the approaching night. They gently touched a leaf, feeling its cool, smooth surface, noting the subtle veins that carried life throughout the plant. In this tiny, unassuming life, they saw a reflection of God's care, constant, unseen, sustaining all things in their proper measure. Another whispered blessing followed, an acknowledgement of life's quiet miracles and the enduring presence of divine love in even the simplest forms. Time moved slowly, the evening deepening into night. The horizon had darkened to a soft indigo, punctuated by more stars that seemed to pulse with subtle energy. The figure rose, stretching gently, and walked along the room, their movement deliberate, a continuation of their silent communion with the world around them. Every step, every pause, every careful glance at a familiar object was imbued with attention and gratitude, a recognition that God's presence is found not only in grand gestures, but also in the rhythm of small, attentive acts. They approached a worn armchair by the window, settling in as the last traces of sunlight faded. A soft shawl was draped across their shoulders, the fabric warming them as they settled back. Their hands rested lightly in their lap, fingers interlaced, and the room seemed to exhale with them. A deep, steady breath filled their lungs, and they felt a profound connection to the stillness, the light, the subtle sounds, and the presence that permeated everything. The quiet was not emptiness, but fullness, a gentle assurance that God is here, always, in the softest corners and the stillest moments. Outside, a pair of owls called to each other across the quiet night, their voices low and rhythmic, a reminder of continuity and presence. The figure listened with attention, allowing each note to weave into their meditation. They remembered prayers from earlier days, words once spoken aloud,
or held silently in the heart. And they realized that God's response is not always immediate or obvious, but often flows through these quiet confirmations. The shift of light, the rustle of leaves, the small gestures of life that testify to care and attention. A gentle rain began to patter softly against the roof, each drop a delicate percussion that harmonized with the murmuring stream and the whispering wind. The figure closed their eyes, letting the sound surround them, filling the room and the mind with the soft assurance of God's constant presence. The rain carried a sense of cleansing, of renewal, a gentle invitation to release worries, to trust, and to rest in faith. Each drop was a lullaby, each murmur a tender word of encouragement. A quiet embrace from the Creator who never leaves the side of those who seek solace. They opened their eyes once more to see the window misted slightly, the garden blurred in gentle abstraction beyond the glass. The world was hushed now, and in that hush a profound peace settled upon the heart. Every leaf, every petal, every ripple of water, every subtle glow of light reminded them that God is present, constant, and loving. The figure whispered another soft prayer, this one of thanks for the day, for the quiet, for the gentle reminders of faith and care in all things, and for the peace that would accompany them into the night. The moon's silver light spilled softly across the garden, inviting quiet reflection and gentle footsteps. A serene stillness hung in the air as the figure stepped outside, the cool earth beneath their feet grounding them in the present moment. The garden was alive with subtle nocturnal rhythms, the delicate rustle of leaves in a whispering breeze, the soft croak of a distant frog, and the gentle flutter of night insects moving through the shadows. Each sound was a note in a symphony of quiet life, a reminder that the world continues its rhythms even in darkness, and that God's presence is woven through every breath, every movement, every unseen stir of the night. The moonlight cast a gentle glow across the garden paths, illuminating the curves of the flower beds and the delicate sheen of dew on each leaf. The figure's hand lightly brushed the petals of night-blooming jasmine, the fragrance unfolding slowly, filling the air with its tender sweetness. It was a moment of still gratitude, a quiet acknowledgement of life's small yet profound blessing. With each step along the winding path, a prayer formed effortlessly in the mind, one of thanks for guidance, for sustenance, for the presence of the divine in both the grand and the minuscule aspects of life. A pair of lanterns flickered on either side of a wooden bench, their light mingling with the silver of the moon, creating patterns of soft warmth on the surrounding foliage. The figure paused there, sitting gently, letting the quiet embrace them. The rhythmic call of an owl echoed softly through the garden, a haunting, comforting reminder that night carries its own watchful guardians, and that even in silence, one is not alone. Their hands rested on their knees, fingertips tracing the grain of the bench, and they felt a subtle sense of connection between body and earth, between mind and spirit, between heart and the eternal presence that watches over all things. The wind stirred, carrying the scent of lavender from a nearby bush. The figure inhaled deeply, letting the aroma fill the lungs and circulate warmth throughout the body. Thoughts drifted gently to loved ones, memories both recent and distant, woven together like threads in a tapestry of life. Each recollection was accompanied by gratitude for moments of joy, for lessons learned in hardship, for the unbroken thread of God's guidance through every chapter. The mind slowed with each breath, the heart softened, and the spirit became more attuned to the subtle cues of the divine whispering through the night. Nearby, a small fountain trickled softly, the water sparkling under the moonlight, each droplet catching the silver glow and scattering it in tiny transient rainbows. The figure listened, eyes closed, to the gentle burble, letting the sound resonate with the quiet rhythm of their own heartbeat. In this gentle communion with nature, there was a profound sense of order and care. The water flowing without haste, nourishing the plants around it, shaping the garden's life with patient intention, and in the soft cadence of that water, they sensed the quiet constancy of God's attention, the unfailing presence that guides and nourishes with infinite patience and love. A path of stepping stones led toward the edge of the garden, where a cluster of tall, slender trees swayed softly in the night wind. The figure walked slowly, pausing at each stone, feeling its cool surface beneath the soles of their shoes. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting delicate patterns on the ground, each shadow and beam of light a subtle testament to beauty and care in creation. The figure breathed slowly, each inhalation drawing in calm, each exhalation releasing tension, allowing the peace of the night and the presence of God to settle firmly in their heart. A gentle rustle drew their attention to the far corner of the garden. A small fox emerged, cautiously sniffing the air, its amber eyes reflecting the soft light. The figure remained still, watching, appreciating the quiet assurance in the animal's movements, the grace in its cautious approach. A whispered prayer followed, a simple recognition of life's intricate balance, and the realization that all creatures are held within God's careful embrace. The fox lingered a moment, then slipped silently into the shadows, leaving only the soft imprint of paws in the damp earth. Continuing along the path, the figure reached a small wooden arbour draped with climbing roses. The blooms were soft under the touch, petals catching dew and moonlight alike. They reached out gently, brushing a finger along the edge of a petal, feeling the delicate texture, the subtle resilience of life. In this small act, a thought emerged. God's care is evident in every detail, in the softness of a petal, the stability of a stone, the constancy of flowing water. Each element reflects a divine presence that neither falters nor fades. And to witness these moments is to witness grace itself, tender and persistent. The figure paused under the arbour, lifting their gaze to the stars above. They traced the constellations slowly, noting the patterns that have guided travellers and inspired poets for generations. Each star was a beacon, a soft reminder of order and care beyond human perception, and of God's presence stretching across vast distances, constant and reassuring. A soft sigh escaped, a sound mingling with the night air, carrying thoughts and gratitude upward, a quiet offering to the heavens. In the distance, the gentle murmur of the wind through the meadow reached their ears. The figure moved toward it, walking slowly, barefoot along the grass, each step deliberate, each touch of the ground connecting them more fully to the moment. The soft rustle of grass underfoot, the faint scent of wildflowers, the subtle shimmer of moonlight on distant leaves, all combined to create a sensory tapestry that encouraged reflection and inner stillness. In this quiet, the mind could rest, and the heart could feel the subtle pulse of divine attention that permeates all creation. A small wooden gate marked the boundary of the garden, and the figure paused there, hand resting lightly on the latch. Beyond the gate, fields rolled gently, bathed in silver light, still and serene.
They breathed deeply, feeling the cool night air fill their lungs, carrying with it a sense of space and freedom, a reminder of God's vast presence and the unfathomable care extended to all living things. The figure whispered another prayer, not hurried or forceful, but calm, steady and heartfelt, acknowledging God's guidance and love, offering gratitude for the simple wonder of being alive in this moment. A faint sound of water from a distant stream blended with the whispering breeze, creating a soothing rhythm. The figure closed their eyes, letting it wash over them, each note a lullaby, each pause an embrace. Thoughts of burdens and worries floated away, replaced by a gentle assurance that all is seen, all is known, and all is cared for. The world seemed to expand quietly around them, and yet the figure felt a profound intimacy with the divine, as though God's presence were as near as the soft rustle of leaves against their fingertips. Time passed without notice, each moment folding naturally into the next. The figure's attention lingered on small, tangible details. The shimmer of dew on a spider's web, the subtle rustle of a nocturnal bird, the gentle sway of a rose stem in the wind. Each observation became a prayer in motion, a quiet acknowledgement of life's intricate, tender design. Their heart felt light, filled with gratitude and calm, knowing that God's care encompasses both the vast and the minute, both the seen and the unseen. The figure eventually made their way back along the path, each step deliberate, each breath gentle, as though moving through a prayer of motion. Back at the bench, they paused to sit once more, hands folded lightly in their lap, head tilted slightly as they took in the rhythm of the night around them. The garden, the moon, the stars, the gentle breeze, all became threads woven into a tapestry of calm, a reminder that faith and peace are cultivated through both attentive observation and quiet reflection. The little chapel stood bathed in the soft glow of evening, a haven of calm and whispered prayers. The figure approached the chapel at the edge of the village, the narrow path lined with tall grasses that swayed gently in the evening breeze. Each step crunched softly against the gravel, a subtle reminder of the journey taken to arrive at this quiet sanctuary. The wooden doors, worn by countless hands over generations, exuded a sense of steadfastness and history. Light from within spilled gently through the narrow windows, painting the surrounding stone and grass in hues of amber and gold. It was a place where time seemed to pause, where the hurried pace of the world could be left at the threshold, and the soul could breathe freely in the presence of God. Inside, the air smelled faintly of candle wax and polished wood, mingling with the soft scent of old stone and lingering incense. Pews, carefully lined in quiet symmetry, bore the subtle impressions of those who had knelt and prayed long before. The figure slid a hand along the smooth edge of the first pew, the gentle warmth of the wood grounding them in the moment. They settled into a seat near the front, facing the modest altar, where a single candle flickered, casting tiny dancing shadows across the walls. The glow seemed alive, reflecting the rhythm of unseen life, a reminder that even in solitude there is light to guide the way. From the far corner, the faint creak of the wooden floorboards echoed softly as another visitor entered, pausing to adjust the small lantern they carried. The figure acknowledged them with a slight nod, a shared understanding passing in silence, the recognition of this place as sacred, a space for communion with the divine and for reflection upon life's gentle mysteries. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of evening blossoms and the quiet assurance that the world continues its work even while one sits in stillness. Eyes lowered, the the figure allowed thoughts to drift to the soft cadence of the day just past. They reflected on the small acts of kindness witnessed, the smiles exchanged with neighbours, the quiet help given to those in need. Each memory was like a pebble dropped into a still pond, creating concentric ripples that spread gently outward, touching unseen parts of the heart. A prayer formed without words, simply a soft, steady acknowledgement of gratitude for life's tender rhythms, for the people who share it, and for the ever-present guidance of God through moments both monumental and minute. The candle flickered as if in response to the quiet, casting long, slow-moving shadows on the walls. Dust motes floated lazily in the amber light, each tiny particle a reminder that even the smallest elements of creation reflect divine attention. The figure's hands rested gently in their lap, fingertips brushing lightly against the wooden surface, each touch a tactile connection to the enduring faith and care embedded in this space. The gentle hum of evening insects filtered through the open windows, merging with the faint sigh of the wind to create a soft, soothing chorus. They closed their eyes, letting the gentle rhythm of their breath become a meditation, each inhale drawing in the calm, each exhale releasing tension. The chapel seemed to breathe with them, the walls and beams echoing their quiet presence, resonating with a sense of enduring serenity. In this stillness, one could feel the subtle pulse of God's presence, a warmth that neither rushed nor demanded, a gentle illumination that suffused the space with quiet reassurance. A small carved crucifix at the altar caught their attention, the wood smooth and polished from countless hands. The figure's gaze lingered there, noticing the intricate detail of the carving, the delicate rendering of a face both serene and resolute, arms extended in invitation and protection. Their thoughts turned to the life it represented, the unwavering commitment to love, sacrifice, and compassion. A gentle sigh of reverence escaped, and a quiet prayer of devotion followed, not hurried or ornate, but steady, flowing with the rhythm of the heart. The faint sound of rain began to patter softly against the chapel roof, a gentle rhythm that harmonized with the figure's inner cadence. Each drop was a small benediction, a reminder that nourishment and care come in countless forms, often gentle and unassuming. They allowed themselves to be fully present with the sound, letting it wash over them, cleansing the mind of distractions, soothing the weariness of the body, and settling the spirit in the assurance of divine attention. A hymn book lay open on a nearby pew, pages slightly curling with age. The figure reached out, fingertips tracing the printed words, and softly hummed the familiar melody. The sound was barely audible, blending seamlessly with the ambient whispers of wind and rain, a quiet offering to the stillness. They paused at each line, letting the meaning settle into the heart, the assurance of mercy, the constancy of love, the gentle guidance of God in every turn of the path. Outside, the rain had begun to form small rivulets along the roof and into the garden beyond, creating delicate pools that reflected the candlelight from within. The figure imagined the drops nourishing the flowers and trees, each tiny bead a tangible sign of care and providence. The world seemed to exhale, a quiet breath in sync with the heart's own, and the sense of connection between self, creation, and Creator deepened. Moments of stillness stretched into hours, though time felt suspended. Each sound, scent, and flicker of light wove into a tapestry of serenity, a quiet narrative of divine presence. The figure allowed memories to float gently to the surface. Times of comfort received, lessons learned, prayers answered, moments of awe witnessed. All were embraced within this sacred space, each one a testament to the subtle but unwavering care that threads through life. The candle began to flicker lower, the flame bending slightly with the soft draft that drifted in from the open door. The figure felt the warmth of the wood beneath their palms, the gentle support of the pew beneath them, and the quiet enveloping glow of the space around them. A sense of completion and reassurance filled the chest, a quiet knowledge that one is held, protected, and guided, even in the simplest moments of reflection. They rose slowly, footsteps echoing softly on the wooden floor, and moved toward the doorway. The rain had softened to a gentle drizzle, each drop sparkling under the glow of the chapel lanterns. Outside, the night air was fresh and cool, carrying the scent of wet earth and flowering bushes. They paused, lifting their gaze toward the sky, noticing the moon breaking through the clouds, casting soft silver beams across the landscape. A whispered prayer of thanks escaped, a humble acknowledgement of presence, care, and enduring grace. The figure walked back along the gravel path, each step deliberate and slow, breathing in the cool night air, feeling the gentle weight of their gratitude settle warmly in the chest. The soft rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant sound of water in the stream, and the muted echo of their own footsteps blended into a peaceful chorus. Each movement was a meditation, a gentle affirmation that God's care is both vast and intimate, guiding quietly through every path taken. Arriving back at their doorstep, they paused for a final moment. The garden and chapel behind them stood silent, bathed in moonlight, serene and enduring. They felt a soft warmth radiate inward, a gentle assurance that peace accompanies those who seek, that love surrounds those who trust, and that the quiet of the night carries a sacred presence into every heart willing to notice. The window framed the quiet evening, a soft invitation to linger in stillness and reflection. Sitting by the window, the figure watched the twilight settle across the village. The sun's final light lingered on the rooftops, painting them with soft hues of rose and amber, before gently fading into the deepening blue of night. Outside, the wind moved through the trees, coaxing the branches into a slow, deliberate dance. The faint rustle of leaves mingled with the distant croak of frogs near the stream, a subtle symphony that seemed orchestrated by a presence unseen yet deeply felt. The figure drew a deep breath, letting the cool night air fill the lungs, and exhaled with a quiet sense of release, as if all the tension of the day were slipping away with the fading light. A small candle on the sill flickered softly, casting gentle shadows that stretched across the floor. Its warm glow illuminated the open pages of a well-worn Bible resting nearby. The figure's fingers traced the edges of the book, the familiar texture comforting, grounding them in a rhythm that had carried through countless evenings before. Each passage read felt like a whispered conversation with God, words not merely read but felt, reverberating in the chest and spreading warmth to the fingertips and toes alike. A simple psalm resonated in their mind, softly echoing the promise that no night, however dark, could extinguish the light of divine presence. Outside, the first stars began to appear, shy glimmers in the deepening sky. The figure allowed their gaze to drift upward, following the constellations, each one a gentle reminder of the vastness of creation and the attentive care that holds it together. The soft hum of crickets filled the spaces between the branches, a lullaby of nature that carried a quiet assurance that life in all its small details is held and cherished. The window became a frame not only for the night beyond, but for reflection inward, a mirror of the soul where the flickering light and shadow danced alongside the flickering thoughts and prayers within. A cup of warm tea rested nearby, releasing tendrils of steam that mingled with the candlelight. The figure raised it slowly, inhaling the subtle fragrance of herbs, cinnamon and honey, savouring the moment as a small, mindful ritual. Each sip was deliberate, a communion of senses and spirit, a reminder that the simplest acts, holding, tasting, breathing, can be infused with gratitude and presence. They closed their eyes briefly, allowing the warmth to sink into their hands, through the veins, and down into the quiet chambers of the heart. Their thoughts turned to the gentle rhythms of the village day, neighbours offering soft greetings as they passed along narrow lanes, the distant laughter of children long since returned home, the slow folding of laundry in warm kitchens, the gentle sweep of a broom on a quiet porch. Each ordinary action took on a sacred quality, a testament to the divine imprinted in daily life. Even the mundane, when observed with attention and love, became a reflection of God's care, a subtle reminder that His presence is not reserved for grand moments alone, but lingers in the whisper of leaves, the soft glow of candlelight, and the steady cadence of breath. The figure opened the Bible and began to read softly, their voice barely above a whisper, harmonizing with the night outside. Each word settled gently into the mind, its meaning deepened by the surrounding stillness. The psalm spoke of refuge and strength, of mercy that never falters, of a love that surrounds without condition. The passages were not merely recitations, but invitations, encouraging the heart to open wider, to feel the divine embrace, to trust in the constancy of God's presence, even when the world seems vast and indifferent. A gentle breeze slipped through the open window, ruffling the curtains and carrying with it the faint scent of night-blooming flowers. The movement stirred the pages slightly, as though urging the figure to linger, to breathe, to become fully present in the quiet communion of the evening. They rested their forehead lightly against the sill, closing their eyes to the visible world, while opening themselves to the unseen, to the steady, comforting heartbeat of creation. In that small, intimate gesture, they felt the soft alignment of body, mind, and spirit, a sense that even the smallest acts of attention and gratitude are witnessed and cherished. Outside, the stream murmured gently, its water glinting in the silver moonlight. The figure imagined the droplets falling softly over stones, shaping the riverbed with patient care, echoing the subtle shaping of hearts by divine guidance. They allowed themselves to sink into the rhythm, matching the slow pulse of their own breath to the measured flow of water and wind. Each exhale carried away lingering worry. Each inhale drew in a sense of reassurance that, despite life's uncertainties, there is a constant source of guidance, love and peace that never falters. A distant owl hooted softly, the sound blending into the layered chorus of night creatures. It felt like a quiet affirmation, a voice from the natural world that mirrored the quiet truths of Scripture. That vigilance and awareness, gentleness and presence are all forms of sacred attentiveness. The figure allowed their gaze to drift back to the window pane, where the candlelight cast delicate patterns onto the sill, flickering like subtle reminders of small miracles, constant yet often unnoticed. The tea had cooled slightly, and the figure took another mindful sip, savouring its warmth as a connection to the body and to the moment. They reflected on the simple acts of the day, small gestures of kindness given and received,
and felt the gentle echo of those moments ripple through the heart, a quiet blessing that lingered long after the actions themselves. In these reflections, the ordinary and the divine intertwined, forming a tapestry of quiet devotion, a meditation on the presence of God in all things, large and small. Time seemed to bend and stretch, each moment elongated by the gentle cadence of awareness and gratitude. The figure rested back in the chair, allowing the weight of the evening to settle into the body. Eyes half closed, they watched the shadows stretch and contract, the light of the candle dancing on the walls in perfect synchrony with the rhythm of breath. The night outside and the quiet within coexisted in harmony, a soft symphony of sight, sound and sensation, all echoing the enduring promise of God's presence. They paused to offer a simple prayer, words carried on the soft rhythm of the heart rather than on the tongue. Gratitude for the day, for the moments of calm, for the assurance of love, and for the ongoing guidance in small, unseen ways. The prayer was gentle, unhurried, and full of trust, a meditation that encompassed not only the self but the world beyond, the village, the gardens, the trees, the streams, the stars above, all wrapped together in the quiet embrace of the divine. As the candle burned lower and the night deepened, the figure allowed themselves to sink fully into the stillness. The rhythm of the wind, the whisper of leaves, the distant water, and the soft, steady glow of light all converged into a quiet lullaby. The body relaxed, the mind softened, and the spirit opened to the continuous flow of grace that surrounds all who seek with patience and faith. As night settles softly, there is a gentle assurance that God's presence surrounds every quiet corner of the world. The evening had deepened into a calm, velvety darkness, and the village lay bathed in the muted glow of moonlight. From the window the figure could see the delicate shimmer of dew forming on the grass, each tiny droplet reflecting silver threads of light. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their leaves rustling ever so softly in the night breeze, a gentle song of constancy and care. The figure leaned against the windowsill, fingers lightly brushing the edges of the open Bible before them, and let the soft sounds of the world carry the heart toward ease. A fire burned low in the hearth, its warmth mingling with the night air that drifted through a slightly opened window. Shadows danced on the walls, elongating and shrinking with the flicker of flame, reminding the figure of the gentle interplay of light and darkness that exists in every moment. They inhaled deeply, savouring the scent of burning wood and the quiet rhythmic comfort it provided. In this space the day's worries seemed to dissolve, replaced by a deep, unwavering sense of God's presence. Outside, a chorus of crickets and the occasional distant hoot of an owl provided a lullaby, punctuated by the gentle sigh of wind moving through the treetops. The figure's eyes followed the movement, noting how the branches swayed in perfect harmony, each leaf catching the moonlight for just a moment before letting it go. It was in these small, ordinary moments that the divine seemed most intimate, not in grandeur, but in subtlety, in the delicate balance of the night. The figure allowed themselves to imagine the presence of God in every rustle, every glimmer of light, every slow breath taken in quiet devotion. The Bible lay open, pages worn soft from years of turning. They traced the words with fingertips, silently reciting passages that had guided them through countless nights like this one. Psalms of comfort, of refuge, of steadfast love flowed like water over the spirit, washing away lingering anxieties and planting seeds of peace deep within.
Each line felt like a gentle hand on the shoulder, a whispered reassurance that even in the stillest hours they were not alone, that God's watchful eyes held every part of their life tenderly. A soft cup of tea rested on the table beside them, its warmth seeping into the hands and up the arms. They lifted it slowly, the steam rising in thin, curling tendrils, carrying the faint fragrance of chamomile and honey. Each sip was deliberate, a ritual of mindfulness, a connection to the body and spirit alike. The act itself became prayerful, a small offering of gratitude for the present moment and the unspoken gifts it held. Even the simplest gesture became sacred in the quiet intimacy of the night. Outside, the moon cast silver light across the rooftops, illuminating the contours of familiar houses and gardens. The figure allowed their mind to wander gently, observing small details. The way the curtains fluttered, the soft sway of the garden gate, the distant glow of lanterns along the paths. Each observation was accompanied by a sense of wonder, a quiet acknowledgement that creation itself bore the gentle signature of its creator. There was no rush, no urgency, only the slow unfolding of the evening in perfect order and harmony. The wind shifted, bringing with it the faint scent of night-blooming flowers from nearby gardens. Their fragrance mingled with the warmth of the hearth and the softness of the tea, creating a multi-layered sense of comfort that wrapped around the figure like a gentle quilt. They rested their forehead lightly against the sill, allowing their eyes to close briefly, feeling the steady rhythm of breath and heartbeat align with the silent, persistent presence of God. In these moments, time seemed to slow, each second a small eternity filled with assurance and grace. They reflected quietly on the day's small acts of kindness, the smile given to a neighbour, a brief conversation shared, a hand extended in gentle support. These simple gestures, easily overlooked, now appeared illuminated with new significance. They were threads in a larger tapestry, small manifestations of divine love woven into the ordinary. Gratitude for these acts filled the chest with warmth, spreading slowly through the limbs and settling softly in the core of being. A soft owl hooted again from the distance, and a nearby stream whispered over stones, a faint musical murmur that complemented the subtle flicker of candlelight. The figure imagined the water flowing endlessly, shaping the land patiently, each stone and ripple a small echo of God's enduring guidance. They let the image linger, feeling the sense of continuity, of life and spirit quietly nurtured and directed, unfaltering even when the eyes of the world cannot see. The night deepened further, stars filling the sky with quiet brilliance. The figure watched them, each point of light a reminder of constancy, of hope, and of the divine order that persists through every season. They lifted their hands slightly in a gesture of gentle surrender, offering the day's experiences, joys, sorrows, worries and delights into God's care. No words were needed. The movement itself spoke volumes, a silent prayer flowing through breath, body and mind. Soft music of the night continued, the sigh of the wind, the distant croak of frogs, the low rustle of leaves. The figure felt their eyelids growing heavy, the body relaxing fully into the chair, into the warmth, into the presence that had accompanied every moment of the day. Even the heartbeat seemed to slow, matching the rhythm of the gentle night outside, the cadence of creation, the silent lullaby of eternity. A final sip of tea, now cool but comforting, completed the small ritual. They placed the cup gently on the table, hands lingering on its warmth for a moment longer, and then folded them in the lap. The Bible remained open, its words glowing faintly in the candlelight, a guide for sleep, a companion for dreams, a tether to the calm, abiding presence of God. Soft wind through window. In the quiet that followed, the figure allowed their mind to drift gently, thoughts flowing like soft ripples on a pond. Gratitude, peace and hope intertwined, forming a gentle blanket around the spirit. Every breath became a reminder of the sustaining love that watches over the world, the silent assurance that no darkness is too great, no night too long for the light and care of God. They rested fully into the chair, letting the rhythm of the night carry them towards sleep. The flicker of candlelight, the soft glow of moonlight, the whisper of leaves, and the quiet hum of life beyond the window coalesced into a singular feeling, complete safety, gentle guidance, and enduring presence. Under the gentle glow of the moon, every shadow feels safe, and every heartbeat quiets in God's care. The night deepened into a serene stillness, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind through the trees. The figure sat quietly by the window, a soft blanket draped over their shoulders, listening to the faint rustle of leaves, the low murmur of a distant creek. Moonlight streamed through the branches, laying silver patterns across the wooden floor, each beam delicate and luminous, touching the room with a tender glow. In the warmth of the hearth, a small fire crackled softly, sending tiny sparks upwards before they disappeared into the darkness. The scent of smouldering wood mingled with the cool, crisp air drifting in from the open window. The figure's hands rested lightly on the pages of an open Bible, tracing familiar passages with gentle fingertips, feeling the weight of their history and the comfort of their meaning. Every word seemed to breathe life into the still night, weaving together a sense of calm, safety, and hope. Outside, a lone owl called, its voice a soft punctuation in the symphony of night sounds, the sigh of the wind, the occasional rustle of small animals, the distant croak of frogs. Each sound reminded the figure of the living world beyond their walls, yet each sound also carried a promise. God watches, God guides, God cradles all creation. The figure imagined the divine presence in every rustling leaf, every ripple of the creek, every shimmer of moonlight across the grass. The air smelled faintly of flowers that bloom only at night, their fragrance subtle but sweet, drifting gently through the window. The figure inhaled slowly, feeling the warmth of the blanket and the quiet strength of the night air mingle in a perfect balance. Each breath seemed to carry a prayer of thanks, each heartbeat a gentle acknowledgement of the love and protection that had been offered throughout the day. Their thoughts wandered to the small, unnoticed acts of goodness, the neighbour who had left firewood by the door, the kind smile exchanged with a passer-by, the whispered prayers of friends and family. Each small action seemed to ripple outward, connecting to a larger rhythm of divine care. The figure pictured these moments as threads of light, weaving together a tapestry of compassion and presence that stretched beyond the confines of the room. A soft cup of tea sat steaming on the table, its warmth inviting the fingers to wrap around it. The figure lifted it slowly, letting the fragrant liquid soothe the senses, and then set it down with care, the act itself a quiet ritual of mindfulness. Tiny gestures like this became sacred in the hush of night, lifting a cup, smoothing a blanket, turning a page, each act an acknowledgement of the divine in everyday life. The moon shifted slightly in the sky, casting new patterns across the floor and illuminating the gentle sway of the curtains. The figure followed the movement with calm eyes, noting how even the smallest motions were imbued with quiet grace. Outside, stars twinkled softly, each one a tiny beacon of hope, a reminder that no matter how dark the night, there is light present, constant and unfailing. They closed their eyes briefly, listening to the symphony of night, the creek's gentle murmur, the wind through the trees, the distant call of an owl, and imagined God's hands encompassing every corner of the world, including their own heart. The mind quieted, the body softened, and in that gentle surrender a sense of profound peace settled over the spirit. Each breath became slower, deeper, the rhythm of sleep drawing nearer. The figure felt gratitude rise quietly within, a warm current threading through the chest and flowing down to the toes. Thoughts of the day's struggles, the minor worries and lingering doubts seemed to dissolve in this calm, leaving only a gentle sense of reassurance. God's presence, once abstract, now felt tangible. A soft, comforting weight around the shoulders, a luminous warmth surrounding the soul, soft night breeze through trees. The figure rested fully against the window frame, listening to the quiet world, feeling the heartbeat of creation, the gentle pulse of life, and the steady, guiding hand of the divine. In these moments nothing else was needed, no rush, no urgency, only the soft assurance of being held, of being loved, of being exactly where one should be. The gentle sway of pine branches hums a quiet hymn, reminding every heart of God's enduring presence. The night deepened with a velvet calm, a soft darkness settled over the landscape, and the pines outside whispered as the wind moved among their high branches. Each needle brushed lightly against its neighbour, creating a subtle rustle that seemed almost like a melody carried from the heavens. The figure sat quietly on a worn wooden bench outside their small home, wrapped in a woolen shawl that smelled faintly of smoke and cedar. The sky above was vast and open, a deep indigo canvas dotted with stars that twinkled like distant promises. The crescent moon hung low, its silvery glow filtering through the swaying pine boughs, scattering light in gentle patterns across the soft earth. The figure leaned back, feeling the rough texture of the bench beneath them, the smooth curve of their hands on the armrests, and listened to the hushed language of the night. In these small, unspoken moments, God's presence seemed near, almost tangible, a gentle warmth pressing softly against the heart. A small lantern flickered nearby, its amber glow reflecting off the wooden walls of the home and illuminating a circle of ground that seemed peaceful and secure. Inside, a kettle hissed gently on the stove, sending waves of aromatic steam into the warm room. The figure imagined these tiny, ordinary moments as threads in a broader tapestry of grace. The lantern casting light, the kettle singing softly, the wind rustling through the pines, all orchestrated with divine care. The night air carried the scent of pine and earth, mingling with faint traces of late-blooming wildflowers. Each inhalation was a small blessing, each exhalation a quiet prayer, as the figure allowed the world to settle softly around them. Their thoughts drifted to small acts of kindness they had witnessed that day. A neighbour quietly sweeping the front porch, the laughter of children playing unseen at the edge of the woods, a soft note left by a friend on the doorstep. In these understated gestures, the presence of God felt visible, woven delicately into the ordinary rhythms of life. The figure closed their eyes and imagined the stars above as countless prayers sent across the expanse of night. Each twinkle seemed like a reminder that every small hope, every whispered plea, every quiet desire of the heart mattered to God. Even the moments that seemed insignificant were noticed, cherished, and held within the vastness of divine care. In the hush of the night, it was easy to imagine the invisible hands of the Creator guiding, protecting and soothing. A distant owl called again, its voice deep and low, a solemn punctuation in the soft symphony of the night. Somewhere beyond the pines, the faint murmur of a stream added a gentle undercurrent, steady and reassuring. The figure imagined the water moving over stones, smoothing them slowly, persistently, as God shapes hearts with the same patient grace. Each sound, the whisper of branches, the distant water, the call of the owl, was a thread connecting the soul to the quiet pulse of creation and the tender presence of God. Their fingers brushed against a small notebook resting on their lap, a place where they had recorded verses and prayers over the years. They opened it slowly, the pages soft and slightly worn at the edges, and traced words that had comforted them countless times. Each verse came alive under the gentle lantern light, each phrase a balm to a weary spirit, reminders of forgiveness, grace, and steadfast love. They whispered a verse aloud softly, feeling the vibration settle into their chest and spread warmth through the shoulders, the arms, the hands, as if the words themselves carried a small, tangible portion of the divine. Outside, the pines shifted again, their subtle movements catching the moonlight in a delicate dance of shadows and silver. The figure's gaze followed the swaying branches, noticing the tiny movements of life all around. The soft fall of pine needles, the faint scuttle of a nocturnal creature, the glint of dew already forming on the forest floor. Each small, ordinary moment seemed infused with sacredness, as if God had intentionally arranged every detail to speak a quiet message of peace. A soft breeze brushed over the figure, carrying the faint chill of the night, but also a refreshing clarity, a sense of openness. They felt the air on their face, in their hair, against their skin, and imagined it as God's gentle breath, brushing away tension, soothing aches, and whispering reassurance. In this breeze, worries felt lighter, troubles more distant, and the rhythm of breath itself became a prayer, slow, steady, unhurried. They leaned back fully, closing their eyes against the soft glow of the lantern, listening to the melody of night. Each sound was a note in a quiet lullaby, the wind through pines, the distant trickle of water, the soft cry of an owl, the faint rustle of leaves on the forest floor. In the stillness, the figure felt a closeness to the Creator, a gentle affirmation that all things were watched over, all hearts known, all souls cherished. Soft rustle of pine needles. The figure's hands rested lightly on their lap, the notebook closed gently, and a calm smile curved across their lips. In this quiet communion, the heart expanded softly with gratitude and serenity. Night and nature, light and shadow, warmth and chill, all mingled seamlessly, each one a tender brush of God's care. As they settled more deeply into the bench, the body relaxed, the mind softened, and sleep approached as a gentle tide. The fading glow of evening wraps the world in quiet assurance, reminding hearts that God's love is constant. The horizon carried the last gentle blush of sunset, a soft wash of pink and gold stretching across the sky. Shadows lengthened, draping the fields and forest edges in a tender twilight, while the air carried a hint of cooling earth and the faint scent of late summer blossoms. A single figure lingered on the edge of a small garden, hands resting on the railing of a wooden porch, watching the world quietly settle into evening. Each inhalation seemed to carry the subtle fragrance of flowers and the soil beneath, a reminder that life's small details were imbued with divine presence. Birds settled into their nests, their evening songs diminishing into soft murmurs, while the gentle rustle of leaves in the cooling breeze created a lullaby all its own. Somewhere nearby, a creek whispered over stones, its water reflecting the fading colours of the sky, sparkling like scattered gems under the last touch of daylight. The figure leaned forward slightly, resting their chin on their folded hands, allowing the soft rhythm of nature to echo through their thoughts. Each small, deliberate movement, the tilt of the head, the quiet breath, the gentle pressing of hands together, felt like a silent prayer, a dialogue with the Creator in the hush of evening. In the garden, a few remaining blooms swayed gently, catching the last rays of the sun, their petals almost luminous. The figure reached out to touch a flower lightly, feeling its soft texture, the subtle vibration of life coursing through it, and reflected on how God's care infused even the simplest forms of existence. They thought of tiny acts of kindness witnessed that day, a neighbour leaving a small note of encouragement, a child offering a smile to a passer-by, a friend quietly tending to the needs of another. In these unassuming gestures, God's love seemed tangible, gently present in every subtle interaction. A gentle breeze carried the faint hum of distant evening insects, their soft chirping blending into a harmonious background, as if the whole world were breathing in unison. The figure felt the cool air on their cheeks and arms, a tactile reminder of God's presence flowing through creation, nurturing, comforting and sustaining. Each sensation, the rustle of leaves, the subtle hum of insects, the faint scent of the earth, created a symphony that harmonized with the quiet prayers whispered from a heart seeking solace. As the last light of the sun disappeared behind the horizon, a single lantern inside the home flickered on, casting a warm, golden glow that spilled through the windows and touched the porch railing. The figure moved inside, slowly, savouring each step, feeling the smooth wood beneath their feet and the gentle warmth from the hearth. They carried a small cup of tea, steam rising in soft curls, and settled into a chair by the window, where the night could be watched in all its quiet glory. Each sip was a meditation, a deliberate calming act, drawing attention to the small yet profound moments that filled the evening with grace. Through the window, stars began to appear, shy pinpricks of light against the vast indigo sky. The figure's gaze lingered on the constellations, imagining the silent stories of creation written in the heavens. They thought of their own life, the quiet unfolding of days, the subtle ways God had guided and protected them. Each star seemed like a gentle affirmation, a reassurance that nothing, however small, was overlooked, that every prayer, every sigh, every quiet hope mattered deeply to the Creator. The kettle, long since quiet, now rested on the stove, but the faint scent of brewing tea lingered, blending with the aroma of burning candle wax and old pine wood. The figure opened a small journal resting on their lap, tracing words written over many evenings, verses, prayers, reflections. Each word carried a memory, a whisper of grace, a gentle nudge toward understanding and serenity. As they read softly, the pages seemed to glow in the candlelight, the letters themselves exuding a warmth that spread quietly through the room and into the heart. Outside, the trees swayed gently in the night breeze, their shadows dancing across the lawn, long and soft. A distant cricket's chirp echoed rhythmically, a metronome for quiet reflection. The figure's thoughts wandered to the simplicity of daily tasks performed with intention. Setting a table for one, carefully folding a blanket, noticing the delicate curl of a leaf fallen from a branch. Each action, mundane yet deliberate, became a meditation on presence, patience, and God's tender attention to all creation. The figure felt their chests soften, their shoulders lower, a warmth spreading through their hands as they closed the journal. The gentle hum of evening, the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of night creatures, all conspired to create a sanctuary of peace. Each sound, each subtle movement of air and light whispered the same reassurance. God is here, watching, guiding, sustaining. The night held no urgency, no alarm, only the slow, deliberate unfolding of time, echoing the constancy and patience of divine care. A quiet sigh escaped the figure's lips, mingling with the cool night air drifting in through a slightly open window. Their eyes, drawn again to the stars, reflected a soft, peaceful contentment. The rhythm of breath, the gentle rocking of the chair, the faint warmth of the candle, these were companions in a night steeped in faith, moments to be savoured and allowed to settle deeply into the soul. Soft rustle of leaves, distant cricket chirp. The figure folded their hands lightly, resting them on their knees, and allowed the evening to enfold them completely. Gratitude rose quietly, a steady undercurrent.
Beneath the gentle hum of night, every small detail, every muted sound, every faint light seemed to echo God's presence, a reminder that life itself is a sanctuary of care, patience and love. In the quiet of midnight, every whisper of wind reminds the heart that God's presence never fades. The night had deepened into a velvet darkness, yet it was not empty. It was full of small, subtle movements that spoke of life and care. The trees stood still, their leaves shivering gently in the soft breath of the night air. A lone owl called somewhere far beyond the meadow, its voice echoing softly, carrying the hush of the forest into the small cottage nestled among the trees. The windows glowed faintly with candlelight, spilling warm, trembling patterns onto the wooden floor, and within the figure sat quietly, wrapped in a soft shawl, letting the calm of night settle slowly over their shoulders. Outside, a thin mist curled along the ground, brushing over blades of grass and fallen leaves. It glimmered faintly under the silver light of the moon, weaving through the garden like a gentle sigh. The figure traced the patterns with their eyes, watching as the dew on the petals of a late-blooming flower captured and refracted the moonlight, each droplet a tiny prism reflecting the quiet wonder of creation. Their fingers reached unconsciously toward the cup of herbal tea resting on the windowsill, the steam rising in delicate spirals, carrying the soft fragrance of chamomile into the room, mingling with the faint aroma of old pine wood from the beams overhead. The figure's gaze lingered on the gentle sway of a nearby willow, its branches brushing the surface of the pond. The water mirrored the stars overhead, flickering gently with every ripple, as though the universe itself had pressed its reflection into this small, earthly sanctuary. In this stillness, the figure felt a sense of closeness to the Creator that was both gentle and profound. There was no urgency, no need to hurry, only the soft unfolding of night, the measured rhythm of breath and heartbeat, and the constant, quiet assurance of God's abiding presence. Every sound seemed magnified by the hush, the faint rustle of a small animal in the underbrush, the whisper of the wind through the branches, the distant trickle of water over smooth stones in the creek nearby. These were not noises to disturb the night, but gentle signals of life, of care, and of the quiet order that God had woven into the world. The figure leaned slightly forward, resting their elbows on their knees, and closed their eyes for a moment, feeling the night's hush settle deep within.
as if the stillness itself were a sacred prayer echoing across the meadow and into the far reaches of the sky. A candle flickered and cast long, gentle shadows that danced on the walls of the room, shadows that seemed to stretch and bow in quiet homage to the natural rhythm of life outside. The figure's thoughts wandered slowly, recalling small moments of the day, a neighbour's wave across the garden fence, the subtle kindness in a child's smile, a note of encouragement left on a porch step. These small gestures, seemingly ordinary, took on a sacred hue in the soft glow of night, each one a whisper of God's presence, reminding that love and care often arrive in gentle, unnoticed ways. The sound of the teacup clinking softly against the saucer punctuated the stillness, each note a tiny bell in the quiet chapel of the night. The figure sipped slowly, savouring the warmth that spread through their chest and hands. It was in these simple acts, holding the cup, feeling its warmth, inhaling its fragrance, that they felt an intimacy with God that was profound yet unobtrusive. The night, in all its softness and muted grandeur, seemed to affirm that even the smallest gestures could carry immense grace when undertaken with quiet attention and a gentle heart. Outside, a distant wind stirred the tops of the tall pines, creating a low rhythmic susurration. Each wave of sound moved like a gentle caress across the land, a lullaby that the figure felt deep in their chest. Their eyes wandered to the garden once more, to the tiny lanterns placed strategically along the path, their warm light flickering and quivering like soft, contained stars. Each lantern seemed to hold a prayer, a whispered hope, or a quiet word of thanks, illuminating the way not just through the garden, but through the heart as well. The figure's gaze rested again on the pond, now fully bathed in the silver glow of moonlight. Frogs croaked quietly from the reeds, their low calls blending seamlessly with the sigh of the wind. A leaf drifted down onto the water's surface, spinning lazily before settling, rippling the reflection of stars and moonlight in slow, deliberate waves. The figure reached forward to touch the surface of the water with a finger, feeling the cool, subtle movement, and thought of how every ripple, every breath, every small act of attention was part of a greater divine rhythm. In the quiet, the figure felt the weight of the day melt away, replaced with a gentle awareness that God's hand guided even the tiniest moments, from the fluttering of a leaf to the glow of a candle. The night deepened, and with it came a serenity that settled into every corner of the room. The figure's breathing became even, synchronized with the subtle pulsing of life outside. Every sound, every flicker of light, every shadow dancing across the walls reinforced the sense of presence and protection that God offered. The stillness was not emptiness, it was fullness, a living, breathing testament to care, patience and love that stretched far beyond the walls of the small cottage. In the quiet they whispered a prayer, soft as the night itself, giving thanks for the day's gentle lessons, for the unseen blessings, for the quiet assurance that they were never truly alone. Even as the world slept, the heart could feel the steady pulse of divine love, a rhythm as constant as the turning of the seasons, as reliable as the rising of the stars each night. Soft wind through pines, faint frog calls. The figure leaned back, letting the shawl slip around their shoulders, the candle light casting a final glow across the room. Eyes half closed, they listened to the night, felt its embrace, and let their thoughts drift freely, carried on the soft currents of faith and quiet wonder. In the depths of this midnight stillness, the world seemed perfect in its gentleness,
and the heart rested cradled by the tender presence of God. In the hush of night, even the softest prayers find their way to God. The cottage was wrapped in quiet, the kind of quiet that allows every small sound to be felt, not just heard. Outside, the moon traced gentle patterns across the fields, turning each blade of grass into silver filaments, swaying softly in the night breeze. The figure moved slowly across the room, their feet brushing the worn wooden floor with the deliberate care of someone who knows that each step is a small sacred act. In one hand, they held a small journal, its cover frayed, the pages filled with thoughts and whispers offered to God over countless nights like this one. A lamp on the table burned with a steady golden glow, its light pooling softly on the walls, casting shadows that flickered gently like small, silent companions. The figure opened the journal and ran a finger along the words they had written, words of gratitude, of longing, of gentle confession, each line a bridge between the heart and the quiet, listening presence of God. The stillness of the night seemed to lean in with them, embracing these words and holding them tenderly. Every sigh of wind, every rustle of leaves outside, seemed to echo the cadence of whispered prayers. Through the window, the silvered light of the moon revealed the garden in soft, intricate detail. Flowers, some long since past their peak, lifted their delicate forms toward the night sky, catching the moonlight in a delicate, ethereal shimmer. A spider's web, stretched between two slender branches, glittered like a network of tiny, fragile stars. The figure's eyes lingered on it, mesmerized by the delicate craftsmanship of nature, marveling at how God's artistry could be found in even the smallest of creations. They reached out a hand instinctively, pausing just above the silken threads, acknowledging the tender balance of creation without disturbing it. The birds drifted away from the sleep of the river, carrying the scent of damp wood and night ranges away. The air was settled, almost ghostly, but it filled the room with a sense of sacred presence. The figure hovering in sleep, and fell from the
wandered beyond the words, carried on the currents of moonlight and prayer, each one rising softly like a feather lifted on a gentle wind. The room's shadows shifted slowly as the lamp's flame flickered in a mild, rhythmic dance. The figure's eyes followed these subtle movements, finding in them a meditation of their own. They traced the arcs of light and darkness across the walls, imagining that every curve was a path, a journey from doubt to faith, from worry to surrender. Each line of shadow seemed to whisper reassurance, an unspoken promise that even in the most delicate and fragile moments, God's presence was steady, constant, and unwavering. Outside, a pair of fireflies emerged, flickering softly over the garden's edges. Their tiny lights bobbed and drifted in seemingly random patterns, yet the figure could feel a quiet order in their movement, a reflection of the divine harmony that threaded through the world. The faint croak of a distant frog, the rustle of the wind in the hedgerow, the soft coo of a night bird, all blended into a slow, soothing symphony, a lullaby composed by the night itself, urging the heart to relax and rest in trust. The figure returned to the journal, their pen moving slowly, tracing words that felt heavier with the depth of feeling in the quiet night. Each letter was deliberate, a soft imprint of care and devotion, a gentle reminder that prayer was not always spoken aloud to be heard, but often found its truest resonance in the stillness of the heart. They wrote of gratitude for the day's small blessings, for the neighbours' quiet kindness, for the unexpected warmth of sun on their hands earlier that morning, these small moments captured on paper became evidence of God's constant and gentle care, a reminder that divine attention was never absent, even when unnoticed. Beyond the window, the pond mirrored the moon once again, its surface still and glass-like, disturbed only occasionally by the ripple of a passing fish or a falling leaf. The figure's reflection shimmered faintly alongside it, a reminder of the quiet self-examination that accompanies nights of prayer and contemplation. They thought of the ways in which life's challenges had been softened by patience, love, and God's guidance, and how even the smallest act, a hand offered in kindness, a word spoken with care, carried with it the weight of divine grace. The candlelight flickered, dancing across the room as if breathing with the figure's heartbeat. Their pen paused, hovering over the page, allowing a moment to settle, a moment of pure presence. They closed their eyes briefly, letting the rhythm of their breath echo the slow, deliberate pulse of the night. The world seemed to contract to this small, luminous space, filled with the delicate rustle of life, the silent promise of God's care, and the comforting embrace of stillness. A faint hoot of an owl punctuated the silence, not startling, but punctuating the slow passage of time in the night. The figure smiled softly to themselves, recognizing it as part of a greater tapestry, each sound and motion a note in the lullaby of creation. Their hand returned to the journal, tracing the edges of the pages one last time, pressing a soft kiss to the cover, a gesture of gratitude for the sacredness captured in words and images alike. The garden, the wind, the quiet animals, the glimmering moonlight, all converged in a moment of profound simplicity. The figure's breath slowed further, a gentle, even cadence that matched the pulse of the night. The journal was closed softly, set aside, and the figure leaned back into the chair, letting their shawl envelope them like a protective embrace. Every detail of the evening, the flicker of the lamp, the whispering wind, the gleam of dew, became part of a prayerless prayer, a meditation in which words were not necessary, for the presence of God itself filled the room. Soft rustling leaves, distant owl call. In the embrace of midnight, they allowed themselves to sink into the gentle comfort of knowing they were held, that the small, tender details of life were not random, but threaded with divine attention. Their eyes grew heavy as the wind whispered through the pines, the fireflies blinked slowly, and the night carried them softly toward rest, wrapped in a serenity born of trust, faith, and the quiet, enduring presence of God. The faint glow of faith can illuminate even the quietest corners of our hearts. The night had deepened, folding the world into a tapestry of shadows and silvery light. From the small window, the last sliver of moonlight stretched across the wooden floor, brushing the surface with a soft, forgiving glow. Outside, the orchard trees whispered to one another, leaves trembling in a wind so gentle it seemed almost reverent, as though even nature paused to listen to the soft prayers of those who walked the earth below. In the cosy corner of the room, a single candle flickered softly, its flame bending with the current of air, creating shapes on the walls that seemed almost alive with memory and meaning. A figure, cloaked in a well-worn shawl, sat quietly by the window, hands resting on their lap, palms turned upward in a gesture as old as time. Their gaze lingered on the dancing flame, tracing its light across the gentle curve of a teacup rim, the edges of a book filled with pages already familiar, and the soft folds of the curtain swaying in the night breeze. Each detail, mundane on the surface, held a secret weight, carrying within it the gentle assurance of God's presence, the quiet rhythm of the evening, the tapping of the wind on the glass, the distant hum of the river beyond the meadow, seemed to echo the unspoken prayers within the figure's heart. The figure rose slowly, moving toward the small table where a cup of warm tea steamed in the dim light. The aroma of chamomile and honey rose in delicate wisps, curling around the corners of the room like a soft, invisible hug. Their fingers closed gently around the cup, feeling the heat seep into their palms. An intimate reminder that warmth and comfort could come in such small, tangible forms. They brought the tea to their lips, sipping slowly, allowing the flavours to settle into memory, each swallow a tiny act of gratitude for the quiet, persistent mercies of the day. Outside, a nightingale's song floated through the orchard, soft and lilting, yet profoundly persistent. It was a song that demanded nothing but offered everything: hope, reassurance, and a kind of gentle devotion that mirrored the figure's own murmured prayers. The figure paused, listening, letting the notes seep into their very bones. It was easy, in that stillness, to feel that the melody was a personal blessing, a soft reminder from God that even in silence, one is never truly alone. The candlelight flickered once more, casting a fleeting shadow across the pages of an open Bible. The figure's fingers traced the words slowly, reading not just with eyes, but with the soft attention of a heart eager for communion. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. The words felt different tonight, deeper, more resonant. It was as though each letter carried a pulse, a quiet heartbeat that mirrored the rhythm of their own breath. They whispered the passage aloud, not as a recital, but as a recognition, a soft spoken embrace between the human soul and the divine. The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of dew and earth, brushing against the skin like a gentle hand. Outside the window, a small fox tiptoed along the edge of the orchard, its presence barely noticeable, yet somehow unmistakably aware of the night's tranquility. The figure watched, breath held in quiet wonder, sensing that even in the most modest of creatures, God's intricate care was present. The fox paused, sniffed the air, and moved along, a subtle echo of life's quiet persistence. The figure returned to their chair by the hearth, setting the tea beside them, and let their eyes roam over the room. The familiar objects, the worn wooden floor, the stack of old letters, the gentle sway of the curtain, were now infused with a sacredness that only comes from seeing them as vessels of divine presence. Every fold, every shadow, every ray of moonlight became a testimony to a quiet truth. God was present not only in grand miracles, but also in the soft, tender details of life, waiting to be noticed by those who take the time to observe with care and reverence. A breeze fluttered through the open window, bringing with it the subtle hum of crickets hidden among the grass. The tiny sounds wove together like a lullaby, an ambient accompaniment to the figure's contemplative thoughts. They lifted their hands once more, closing their eyes, and let themselves breathe in the night fully. Each inhale drew in peace. Each exhale released the burdens that had gathered over weeks and months. In the gentle sway of their body and the soft, deliberate rhythm of their breath, the figure felt the quiet affirmation of faith, a presence that did not demand noise or grandeur, but simply acknowledgement, a turning of the heart toward what was true, steady and eternal. Their pen moved again, not hurriedly, but with the slow, careful attention of one who knows that words can carry a quiet weight of grace. They wrote down memories of kindnesses received and given,
Small acts of generosity that might have been forgotten, and in writing they were remembered anew. Each line was a connection, a bridge between past, present, and divine guidance. Even the smallest gestures, helping a neighbour with firewood, sharing a smile with a stranger, tending the garden, were threads in a larger tapestry woven with purpose, love, and care by the unseen hands of God. Beyond the window, the moon traced its slow arc across the sky, silver light reflecting in the pond where reeds trembled softly. The gentle ripple of water, the faint rustle of leaves, the occasional flutter of a bird settling in for the night. Each element added to the chorus of quiet assurance that pervaded the evening. The figure's eyes traced the patterns, noting the symmetry, the balance, the quiet perfection of it all. It was a meditation on life itself, the ordinary imbued with the sacred, the smallness magnified by the constancy of divine presence. The candlelight flickered once more, casting elongated shadows that seemed to stretch toward the figure as if in gentle embrace. They leaned back in their chair, letting the warmth of the fire seep into their bones, feeling the slow pulse of the night sync with the rhythm of their own heart. Their thoughts drifted, tender and unhurried, to the promises remembered, the blessings unnoticed until now, and the certainty that even in silence, faith never wavers. Each beat of the heart, each flicker of flame, each whisper of wind became a note in an unspoken hymn of trust, of surrender, of gentle, enduring hope, soft, rustling leaves, distant nightingale song. With the tea now cooled, but comfort still lingering, the figure closed their eyes fully, allowing the night, the wind, and the presence of God to envelop them completely. Sleep drew near like a quiet tide, gentle and persistent, carrying with it the soft reassurance that in every small action, every whispered prayer, every tender observation of life, one is held, cherished, and guided by a love that is unwavering. In the quiet of night, prayers rise softly, like smoke curling from a gentle fire. The evening had settled into a delicate hush, a time when the world seemed to hold its breath, listening with patient attention to the subtle murmurs of those seeking God's presence. Outside, the leaves of the maple trees shimmered faintly in the pale light of a waxing moon, their edges silvered and fragile, trembling at the caress of a night breeze that carried with it the scent of damp earth and the lingering sweetness of garden blooms. Somewhere, a frog croaked softly near the pond, its voice a low, measured rhythm that underscored the stillness of the hour. The figure in the room sat with their hands folded in their lap, eyes tracing the slow flicker of a lantern, its flame bending and leaning with a graceful gentleness that mirrored the pulse of their own quiet heartbeat. The room itself was warm, yet not stifling, suffused with the soft glow of firelight that danced along the walls, forming shapes that seemed to shift in rhythm with memories long held close. On the mantel, small framed photographs caught the light, their surfaces reflecting the gentle luminescence in a subtle symphony of shadow and illumination. The figure's gaze lingered upon them, not in longing, but in gratitude, each image a testament to moments touched by grace, fleeting yet eternal in their quiet significance. They took a deep breath, inhaling the warmth and the faint scent of burning pine, letting it mingle with the tender peace that had slowly filled the room. Outside, the wind whispered through the tall grasses, bending them in synchronized motion, like a congregation bowing in silent prayer. A solitary owl called softly, its voice a hollow echo that seemed to carry a message across the darkened fields. Be still, be present, be aware of the tender hand of God that moves gently through all things. The figure listened, attuned not just with ears but with heart and mind, feeling the soft resonance of the night intertwining with their own pulse, a lullaby composed by creation itself. They close their eyes for a moment, letting the soundscape envelop them, imagining each note of nature's song as an invisible thread connecting them to the divine. The table beside them held a small journal, its pages open to a blank sheet that beckoned for reflection. With a soft sigh, the figure lifted the pen and began to write slowly, deliberately, recording thoughts that had settled quietly over the day. Small acts of kindness, words offered gently to another, moments of patient listening and silent prayers for those unseen and unknown. Each word was a soft offering, a testimony to God's presence in the ordinary, a recognition that even the humblest gestures are significant when guided by love. The ink glided across the page, each stroke a gentle pulse, resonating with the inner rhythm of a soul slowly discovering the depth of divine intimacy. In the quiet, they paused to sip from a cup of warm tea, letting the delicate flavours of chamomile and honey linger on the tongue. The warmth travelled slowly down, seeping into their chest and limbs, a tangible reassurance that comfort and peace are available in the simplest of moments. Outside, the moon traced a silvery path across the sky, illuminating the tops of the trees and catching the delicate frost that had begun to form on the edges of leaves. The night felt expansive, a vast cathedral of silence and subtle movement, where each breath, each heartbeat, each whispered thought was noticed, carried, and held in the gentle hands of God. They rose slowly, moving toward the window to look out over the garden. The roses bathed in silver light seemed almost ethereal, their petals curled delicately, glistening faintly with dew. A small rabbit hopped quietly along the edge of the flower bed, its movements careful and unhurried, as if aware of the sacred stillness surrounding it. The figure watched, imagining that every living creature, from the smallest insect to the largest tree, was participating in the quiet chorus of devotion. They leaned their forehead gently against the cool glass, breathing in the scents of night and earth, feeling the subtle vibrations of life that whispered again and again of God's constant presence and unfailing care. The candle flickered once more, sending elongated shadows across the floor. In that movement, the figure saw the continuity of life, the interplay of light and darkness, the steady assurance that God is present both in brightness and in shadow. They knelt beside the hearth, letting hands rest upon the floor, fingers lightly touching the warmth of the wood, feeling a connection both grounding and sacred. The prayers that rose in that position were simple, unadorned: gratitude for the day, hope for tomorrow, compassion for those unseen, patience for self, trust in God's guidance. There was no hurry, no urgency, only the slow unfolding of faith, a gentle ascent of spirit carried by the tender rhythms of the night. The figure moved back to their chair, opening the Bible once more, fingertips brushing the edges of pages already familiar. A passage spoke softly from the printed words. "Be still and know that I am God." They whispered it aloud, savouring each syllable, allowing the cadence of the phrase to resonate deep within their chest. The meaning expanded beyond the letters, beyond the simple understanding of words, into the very marrow of their being. It was a reminder that surrender, quiet reflection, and gentle attention are ways of embracing the divine presence fully, and that in stillness the soul finds its truest rest. Outside, the wind carried the soft hum of night creatures, a delicate counterpoint to the figure's slow, rhythmic breathing,
The flickering candlelight painted the room in warm golden hues, shifting and settling as if it too were listening, watching, and blessing the quiet communion that was unfolding. They closed their eyes, letting the sensations, the warmth of the tea, the faint rustle of leaves, the gentle pulse of firelight, the soft echo of a nightingale's song, meld into a single, encompassing sense of peace. Each element, ordinary in itself, became sacred when noticed with mindfulness, with love, and with a heart turned toward God. They reached for the journal one last time, jotting down a simple line: I am held, I am seen, I am loved. The words were not grand, but they resonated with deep truth. A reflection of a soul slowly learning to rest in the quiet abundance of divine care. Outside, the moon's light shimmered on the pond, ripples forming delicate patterns that glimmered like scattered starlight. The figure leaned back in their chair, letting the warmth of the fire and the gentle presence of night envelop them fully. In that moment, all tension, all worry, all restless thoughts seemed to melt away, leaving only a profound sense of trust, faith, and gentle anticipation for the blessings of tomorrow. A soft light breaks through the curtains, inviting the heart to rest and listen. The first hints of morning crept slowly across the horizon, painting the edges of the clouds in faint blushes of pink and gold. Through the sheer curtains, a thin ribbon of sunlight touched the wooden floor, tracing delicate lines that shifted ever so slightly with the sway of the trees outside. Each flicker of light seemed to carry a quiet invitation, a whisper to pause and take notice of the stillness that accompanies the day's awakening. A gentle breeze drifted through the open window, carrying with it the faint perfume of lilacs from the garden, mingling with the earthy scent of dew-laden grass. The figure in the room, still wrapped in a soft shawl, leaned forward in their chair, allowing the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the morning air to mingle against their skin, creating a quiet comfort that spoke of God's unseen presence everywhere. Birds began their slow chorus, small trills and calls rising and falling, echoing across the garden and into the room. Each note, delicate and precise, seemed to create a rhythm for the soul to follow, a meditation in sound that carried the mind gently from restless thought toward attentive awareness. The figure's hands rested lightly on the open pages of a Bible, tracing familiar lines with fingers that remembered every fold and crease, feeling the weight of sacred words against the skin and in the heart. "The Lord is my shepherd," they murmured softly. "I shall not want." The words hung in the room, mingling with the morning light and the songs of the birds, forming a delicate web of assurance and calm. Outside, a small rabbit emerged from the tall grasses at the edge of the flower beds, pausing to sniff the morning air before hopping carefully across the garden path. Its movements were unhurried, measured, each step deliberate and gentle. The figure watched quietly, appreciating the small grace of life in motion, noting how even the tiniest creature participates in the divine order, moving without haste yet fully alive in the present moment. Nearby, the roses glistened with the remnants of overnight dew, their petals curling softly as they caught the first rays of sun. A spider's web hung between the branches, sparkling with a net of jewels, each thread a testament to patience, precision, and beauty. With a slow, mindful breath, the figure rose and moved toward the window, hands brushing lightly against the sill. They looked out over the yard, noting the interplay of light and shadow as the sun began to climb, painting warm patterns across the earth. The wind played with the leaves, bending them in gentle arcs,
and in the distance a creek murmured softly as it moved over stones smoothed by years of passage. It was a melody of water and wind, of light and movement, that spoke in its own language of constancy, of patience, and of care. The figure closed their eyes for a moment, letting the soft morning embrace their senses, feeling an invisible hand hold them tenderly, guiding thoughts toward gratitude and quiet joy. Returning to their chair, they picked up a small cup of tea, steam rising slowly in curling tendrils, and took a measured sip. The warmth travelled slowly down their throat, settling in the chest and spreading outward to limbs and fingers, a tangible reminder that comfort, rest and provision are gifts freely given. A page of their journal awaited on the table, blank yet full of possibility. They began to write, each word deliberate, each line a quiet reflection of the life unfolding around them. Moments of kindness received and offered, times when patience had been a balm, small acts that had carried meaning far beyond immediate perception. Each stroke of the pen seemed to echo the rhythm of the birds outside, the whisper of wind, and the gentle rise of sunlight across the room. The figure paused mid-thought, listening as a soft tapping of rain began at the far edge of the window. Tiny drops fell from the sky, forming delicate patterns on the glass, each one a subtle reminder of God's attention to the smallest details. The room filled with the light patter, harmonizing with the morning breeze and distant bird song, creating a symphony of quiet and careful attention. They breathed in slowly, feeling the pulse of life and presence in every element, the air, the light, the water, the living creatures, and letting it settle deep within. Their heart, for the first time in many hours, felt entirely unhurried, aligned with the gentle cadence of the morning, fully present and aware of the simple blessings that surrounded them. Reaching again for the Bible, they opened to another familiar passage, fingertips tracing the words as they read aloud softly, savouring each syllable. The Lord will guide you always. He will satisfy your needs in sun and rain, and your strength will be renewed like the eagle's. The figure leaned back in the chair, eyes closing briefly to let the rhythm of the words resonate in the chest and mind. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying the sound of a far-off creek, the gentle rustle of tree branches, and the distant song of a lark. Each sound, ordinary yet extraordinary when noticed with quiet attention, seemed to carry the soft echo of divinity, a reminder that all creation participates in a steady, gentle symphony orchestrated by God's hand. A candle flickered on the table, a warm amber light contrasting with the cool morning sun filtering through the window. The figure reached to adjust it slightly, watching the shadows dance and stretch along the walls. It was in these small motions, mundane yet sacred, that the true beauty of life seemed to reveal itself. The attentive hand, the careful gaze, the steady breath, all acts of mindfulness that transformed a simple morning into a space of contemplation and spiritual communion. The journal lay open, the pen poised for more reflections, yet for a moment nothing was added. Instead, the figure simply listened, simply breathed, simply felt. The wind shifted again, carrying the faint scent of pine from a nearby grove, the subtle aroma weaving into the soft fragrance of flowers and the warm, lingering notes of tea. A pair of cardinals landed quietly on a low branch, their red feathers brilliant against the soft green backdrop, moving with such grace that even the slightest motion seemed an expression of praise. The figure smiled faintly, letting their attention drift from the pages of scripture and journal to the living world outside, sensing the invisible presence that holds all things together, guiding them gently, unseen yet profoundly real.
Hands folded lightly in their lap once more, the figure whispered another quiet prayer, each word deliberate yet tender. Gratitude for the warmth of the room, the gentle light, the life stirring beyond the window, hope for patience and understanding, humility in the face of the vast and mysterious workings of God's plan, trust that each moment, no matter how small, is imbued with purpose and care. The wind carried the soft rustle of the trees once more, and the figure felt a subtle smile form, a quiet acknowledgement of the continuity and steadfastness of divine love that pervades all things. As the morning progressed, the figure's thoughts wandered freely yet gently, each reflection a soft note in the hymn of awareness. The sun climbing higher, shadows shrinking, dew evaporating from the leaves, birds soaring into the morning sky, the creek's murmur rising and falling. All these movements, seemingly simple, were woven into a tapestry of life and grace, each one a subtle but persistent reminder of God's presence and care. The figure leaned back, eyes closing, allowing the warmth, light, sound and scent to mingle into a profound sense of ease and reassurance. As evening falls, lanterns glow softly, inviting quiet reflection and gentle prayer. The sky had begun its gentle transformation, shifting from pale blues into the soft lavender and rose tones of twilight. Each cloud seemed brushed lightly with a feather, catching the last glimmers of sunlight before darkness settled in. Through the open window, the faint sound of evening crickets blended with the distant rustle of trees, forming a lullaby of nature that carried through the quiet house. Lanterns had been placed along the path outside, their amber glow flickering gently, creating moving patterns of light that danced across the garden walls. The figure, wrapped in a warm shawl, moved slowly toward the window to observe this simple beauty, the weight of the day softening in their chest with each breath. A small garden gate creaked softly as it opened with the evening breeze, and the familiar rustle of leaves accompanied the sound. A cat padded quietly along the garden path, its fur catching the lantern light in soft reflections, moving with such delicate care that it seemed to embody the gentleness that filled the entire space. The figure watched quietly, appreciating the subtle grace in each step, feeling a sense of connection to life in its smallest expressions, as though God's love was visible in every careful movement, every soft sound, and every flickering light. Inside, the room smelled faintly of burning candles, their flame warm and steady. The figure sat in a favourite chair, feeling the smooth texture of the armrests under their fingers, and glanced at the small table where a cup of tea waited, steam curling slowly toward the ceiling. They took a sip, letting the warmth spread from throat to chest, feeling the comfort of a simple ritual, one repeated many evenings before. The quiet moments between sips were filled with soft awareness, the subtle play of shadows on the walls, the rhythm of their own breathing, the distant hum of the neighbourhood as the world prepared for night. The Bible rested open on the table, the pages slightly curled from frequent use. Fingers traced lines softly, familiar words offering reassurance. Evening, morning, and noon I cry out in distress, and he hears my voice. These words seemed to merge with the ambient sounds, the gentle wind, the crickets, the soft creak of the gate, forming a chorus of patience and attentiveness. Each line, spoken quietly, reminded them that no plea goes unheard, no small need overlooked, and no day passes without the presence of care that is unseen yet constant. Outside, a family of sparrows settled on the low branches, chirping softly to one another as they tucked their feathers for the night. The figure watched, noting the attentiveness in each movement, the way they leaned toward each other in shared warmth. It reminded them of the tender embrace of God's care for all creatures, human and animal alike, a steady, enduring love that asked nothing in return but was ever present. Even the flicker of the lantern seemed to echo this care, tracing delicate, moving lines that softened the garden and provided a gentle rhythm for the mind to follow. The figure's journal lay nearby, inviting gentle reflection. They picked up the pen and began to write slowly, letting thoughts drift as if carried by the wind. Moments of grace during the day, acts of quiet kindness witnessed or given, soft prayers whispered in hidden corners, and the subtle signs of God's presence they had almost overlooked. Each word written felt like a small candle in the quiet evening, illuminating tiny corners of the heart and mind, creating a sense of order and peace where once only chaos or distraction had lived. From the kitchen came the faint, steady drip of a kettle, followed by the soft clink of a spoon. These ordinary sounds, once overlooked, now seemed significant, reminders that life's small rhythms are part of a larger harmony orchestrated by divine hands. The figure inhaled deeply, savouring the mingling scents of tea, candle wax and the evening air, feeling a quiet gratitude rise for each simple element. A soft sigh passed from their lips, not of fatigue but of deep contentment, an acknowledgement that even in solitude the world is alive with care, attention and beauty. They reached to light an additional candle on the mantel, watching the flame dance in the reflection of the glass and in the shadows it cast across the walls. Each flicker seemed deliberate, a message in light that whispered of constancy, patience and protection. The figure's hands rested briefly on the candle, feeling its warmth, connecting tactile sensation with inner calm. In these moments the ordinary became sacred. A candle, a cup of tea, a pen, the soft rustle of leaves, all ordinary, yet infused with meaning and divine presence. The sky outside deepened into twilight blue, a slow transition that invited pause and reverence. Stars began to pierce the dusky fabric, small points of brilliance that seemed to whisper eternal constancy. The figure leaned back, closing their eyes for a moment, letting the soft sounds, the fading light, and the warmth from the candles settle into a gentle rhythm within. With each breath a sense of divine presence and steady protection grew, as though the world itself conspired in quiet care to nurture calm and peace. The journal remained open, pen poised, yet the figure needed no more words in that instant. Instead they allowed the quiet to fill them fully. The sway of branches, the soft call of a distant owl, the gentle touch of evening air on skin. Each sound, movement and flicker of light was a hymn, a meditation, a reminder that God's attention reaches into every detail of the world, touching life softly yet profoundly. The heart settled, tension eased, and thoughts slowed, drifting gently with the rhythm of night approaching. A cool breeze entered through the open window, carrying the scent of night-blooming jasmine, a delicate perfume that seemed almost tangible. The figure inhaled slowly, feeling it fill the lungs and settle in the chest. They whispered another quiet prayer, simple and unhurried, offering gratitude for the day's passage, for the quiet comfort of home, for the steady love of God that enfolded them like a protective cloak. Outside, the lanterns swayed gently, their amber glow soft against the deepening blue of the evening. The chair beneath them felt steady, warm and supportive, and they let themselves sink into its embrace. Fingers rested lightly on the Bible once more, tracing a single line. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. The words vibrated softly within, harmonizing with the flickering candlelight, the gentle wind, the distant murmur of crickets, and the faint rustle of leaves. In that perfect, ordinary moment, all was held in a tender balance, and the heart knew rest. Outside, the night deepened further, but inside, the room glowed with warmth, light, and care. Each detail, the careful placement of lanterns, the gentle sway of branches, the soft rhythm of the evening air, worked together in harmony, a quiet reminder that peace is found not in grand gestures, but in attentiveness, gratitude, and trust in the unseen hand that guides all things. The figure allowed their gaze to soften, their mind to settle, their breathing to slow. Moonlight spills gently across the meadow, inviting quiet reflection and serene prayers. The night had settled fully. A soft cloak of deep indigo draped across the sky, punctuated by twinkling stars that seemed to hum with silent light. The figure stepped slowly outside, feeling the cool grass beneath their feet, damp with evening dew, each blade a soft brush against the skin. The air was fragrant with the lingering scent of late blooming flowers, mingling with the earthy aroma of the meadow. The moon hung low, casting a silver sheen across the landscape, illuminating the gentle contours of the hills and the quiet sway of trees. Each movement of a branch, each flicker of a moth across the grass seemed choreographed, a delicate whisper of life moving in harmony with the unseen rhythm of the night. The figure inhaled deeply, feeling the crisp air fill their lungs, calming the restless pulse of thought. They walked along the meadow path, letting their bare feet connect with the earth, each step a grounding ritual that brought the mind closer to stillness. Nearby, a small brook murmured over smooth stones, its soft gurgle a comforting companion, blending with the distant hoot of an owl and the occasional rustle of nocturnal creatures. In this quiet, ordinary symphony, a sense of God's presence seemed almost tangible, reaching out in the rustle of leaves, the shimmer of moonlight, the gentle flow of water. As the figure paused, they noticed a single firefly hovering near a patch of wildflowers, its tiny light pulsing in rhythm with the slow, steady beat of the evening. They smiled softly, recognizing the delicate wonder in such a small creature, a quiet miracle that seemed to echo the constancy of divine care in even the smallest forms of life. A breeze carried the faint scent of lavender from a nearby garden, brushing gently against their cheeks and mingling with the scent of damp earth and grass. Each sensation became a meditation, each detail a gentle reminder of presence, of attention, and of the ongoing unspoken acts of care that surround the world. The figure moved to a fallen log near the brook, its surface smoothed by years of rain and sun, and sat quietly. The coolness of the wood contrasted with the warmth of the shawl wrapped around their shoulders. Fingers rested lightly on the fabric, feeling its comforting weight, a tactile reassurance as they closed their eyes and let the sounds of the meadow fill the senses. Crickets provided a soft, rhythmic undercurrent, while the brook sang its constant song, a lullaby of continuity and subtle strength. Moonlight painted shifting patterns across their hands, the shadows of leaves and branches moving slowly, as though breathing in sync with their own gentle breaths. Opening the Bible, the figure traced familiar passages with a careful finger. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leads me beside still waters, he restores my soul." The words seemed to expand in the quiet night, resonating with each soft sound, each flicker of light, each gentle breeze that brushed the meadow. They whispered a prayer, low and slow, speaking gratitude for the day, for the small blessings often overlooked, and for the quiet guidance that accompanies life's many gentle turns. The act of speaking aloud, of naming thoughts and worries softly, allowed the heart to release burdens it had carried silently through the day. The moon had risen higher now, casting long silver shadows across the meadow. The figure rose from the log and walked slowly, deliberately, tracing the curve of the brook and the line of the trees. Each step was measured, each breath taken with attention, a silent meditation of presence. They noticed a fox slipping silently through the underbrush, its movement elegant and careful, a reminder that life thrives quietly in hidden corners. The scene was imbued with a sense of reverent wonder, as though God's hand was visible in the careful choreography of night creatures, in the reflective shimmer of moonlit water, and in the gentle sway of branches above. A small wooden bench under a solitary oak called to them, and they moved toward it, settling into its familiar contours. The grain of the wood was smooth beneath their fingers, warmed slightly by the last rays of sunlight that had lingered through the day. They let their gaze drift upward, catching the subtle gradient of colour from deep navy near the horizon to the black velvet overhead, dotted with sparkling stars. A soft sigh of wind rustled the leaves, and with it came a whisper of serenity that seemed to settle directly into the chest, quieting restless thoughts and soothing the tensions of body and mind. The figure lifted their hands gently, palms open, and offered a quiet prayer of blessing for neighbours, for loved ones far away, for those who struggle silently through sleepless nights, and for all creatures that shared the night. Each word was slow, deliberate, filled with attention and care, blending with the ambient sounds of night, the soft rush of water, the faint croak of a frog hidden near the brook, the distant call of an owl. These ordinary, unnoticed sounds became an intimate chorus, reminding that nothing exists without attention, without care, without the sustaining presence of the divine. They closed the Bible and placed it gently on the bench, feeling the weight of its presence as a grounding force. The shawl slipped slightly around the shoulders, warm and comforting, and they drew it tighter as the night air grew cooler. The figure leaned back, allowing the meadow, the moonlight, and the subtle night chorus to enfold them completely. Each sensation, a breeze, a soft insect call, a distant rustle, became a thread weaving together a tapestry of gentle reassurance and quiet peace. The heart felt lighter, the mind calmer, and the soul more attuned to a presence that was always near, always attentive, always caring. Time seemed to stretch in the moonlight, each moment lingering, filled with subtle miracles. The figure felt the steady pulse of life around them and within them, a rhythm in harmony with the quiet, eternal steadiness of divine love. Each detail, the glimmer of stars, the murmur of the brook, the cool grass beneath bare feet, the soft glow of moonlight on leaves, spoke quietly of constancy, of hope, of trust. They exhaled slowly, letting any remaining tensions slip away into the night air, feeling safe, supported, and seen. As they rose from the bench, the figure took one last, lingering look at the meadow, committing its beauty and calm to memory. The soft whisper of wind and the gentle flicker of distant lanterns seemed to promise continuity, a gentle assurance that peace is never fleeting, but patiently present for all who seek it. Each movement, each breath, each quiet heartbeat resonated with a simple truth. In the stillness, in the ordinary, in the soft glow of the night, God's presence is always near, offering calm, love, and restoration. Beneath the quiet stars, the heart finds gentle answers and peaceful rest. The night had grown stiller now, a velvet canopy overhead, each star like a flickering candlelight suspended in the sky, casting its subtle glow upon the sleeping landscape. A soft breeze drifted over the hills, carrying the scent of pine and earth, brushing against the figure's cheeks as they walked slowly along a familiar path. Each step seemed cushioned by the thick grass, dew clinging lightly to the tips, sparkling faintly in the starlight. Their breath rose in small, visible clouds, each exhale a release, a letting go of worries, and a quiet invitation to the divine to fill the spaces left behind. The path led to a small pond, its surface glassy and still, reflecting the heavens above as if the sky itself had bent to meet the earth. The figure knelt at the water's edge, fingertips lightly brushing the cool surface, creating tiny ripples that shimmered in silver and pale blue. The soft sound of moving water, subtle and melodic, mingled with the faint rustle of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, and the whisper of a gentle wind. In this meditative quiet, each sound became a thread, weaving a tapestry of calm that wrapped gently around the heart. A dragonfly skimmed over the pond, its delicate wings catching the starlight, glittering like fine crystal. The figure watched, marvelling at the quiet beauty of life unfolding without fanfare, a reminder that small wonders often hold the deepest truths. They whispered a prayer, low and soft, giving thanks for the day past, for the simple miracles of air, water, earth, and the quiet companionship of nature's unseen creatures. Each word of the prayer seemed to echo across the still water, as if the pond itself listened and reflected it back, affirming the presence of something greater, something steady and loving. From the nearby trees, the soft rustle of branches announced the movement of a deer, stepping delicately through the underbrush. Its eyes caught the moonlight, and for a moment it seemed to hold a secret, a quiet understanding of the night and the life it sheltered. The figure remained perfectly still, allowing the deer to pass untroubled, sensing the gentle teaching in this silent exchange. Patience, observation, and reverent stillness can reveal truths that words cannot convey. The night seemed to hold its breath in mutual respect, a space where divine presence felt close and immediate, threading itself through every subtle movement and whispered sound. The figure rose and walked along the water's edge, each movement careful and unhurried, savouring the feel of soft earth underfoot. Their hand trailed lightly along tall grasses and the edge of reeds, noting the tiny beads of dew clinging like delicate jewels, catching the starlight in a quiet celebration of life. They paused often, allowing the senses to fully absorb each sound, each scent, each shimmer of light. A faint frog chorus began near the far bank, a low rhythmic hum that blended seamlessly with the whispering leaves and water's soft murmur. This symphony of subtle sounds became a gentle lullaby, wrapping the mind and spirit in quiet reassurance. Drawing a deep, deliberate breath, the figure opened a small, leather-bound Bible and turned to passages well known to heart, yet ever new in the night's light. "Be still and know that I am God," they read aloud softly, letting the words flow with their breath. Each syllable a gentle anchor, each pause a space for reflection. They traced the words with fingertips, feeling the textured pages, the worn edges, a reminder of countless prayers and moments of contemplation shared over time. The words seemed to resonate with the rustle of leaves, the gentle ripple of the pond, the faraway cry of a night bird, blending human voice with the voice of creation. They spoke quietly to the night, offering gratitude not only for protection and guidance, but for the quiet lessons, for the patient unfolding of life in simple everyday miracles. Each blessing spoken under the vast canopy of stars felt like a soft tether to a source of enduring peace, a gentle assurance that they were never truly alone, that every breath and every heartbeat was accompanied by a presence that watched, listened, and cared. The starlight seemed to intensify this feeling, sparkling across the pond like 1,000 tiny messengers of divine constancy, each one a silent testament to the faithfulness that endures beyond the changing hours of the day. The figure moved to a moss-covered stone at the edge of the water, sitting carefully, letting the cool surface balance the warmth of a woolen shawl around their shoulders. They let their gaze wander over the water and the surrounding meadow, noting the subtle motion of reeds, the shimmer of dew, the gentle arcs of shooting stars that traced the night sky in silent elegance. Each observation became a meditation, each breath an exchange between self and creation, each heartbeat a measure of the quiet strength that pervades all life. The night seemed to pulse softly with the rhythm of divine presence, an invisible hand guiding the gentle flow of time and experience. In a slow, deliberate motion, they took off their shoes and felt the cool, soft earth beneath bare feet, allowing each step to become a prayer in motion, a grounding connection with the life that pulses unseen beneath their gaze. The air was fresh, scented faintly with damp earth, pine, and distant wildflowers, a delicate perfume that invited stillness and introspection. Each inhalation drew peace inward. Each exhale released tension and worry. Fingers lightly touched the smooth bark of a nearby oak, following its grooves and ridges, feeling the steadfastness of its life and the quiet wisdom in its growth. They murmured a final prayer, a gentle weaving thanks and hope, not for grand gestures or dramatic moments, but for continued presence, for subtle guidance, for quiet sustenance of heart and soul. The pond reflected the moon and stars, a mirror of heaven that seemed to stretch endlessly, suggesting the boundless nature of grace. The figure felt a wave of calm rise steadily, spreading through chest, limbs and mind, a serene awareness of being held, of being watched over, and of being guided gently along life's quiet path. The figure finally rose and walked slowly back along the path toward home, each step deliberate, each breath measured, each movement infused with mindfulness and gratitude. The night air carried soft whispers through the meadow, and they let the sound, scent, and soft relaxation guide their path. Fireflies blinked intermittently in the distance, like tiny lanterns in the darkness, marking the way with gentle assurance. The figure's shadow stretched long and thin under the moon, moving in harmony with their step, a quiet reminder of connection between earth and sky, between self and the divine presence that never leaves. Reaching the edge of the meadow, the figure paused, lifting eyes to the heavens one last time before entering the warmth of morning. The stars, the moon, the whispering wind, all had witnessed the quiet meditation of the soul. All had acknowledged the tender prayers whispered into the night. They inhaled slowly, savouring the calm and gentle peace that now filled their being, feeling a profound sense of safety, of hope, and of quiet restoration that would linger through the night. In the quietest hour, peace settles gently, and hearts rest in God's tender care. The house was hushed now, a soft flicker of candlelight illuminating familiar corners, casting long, warm shadows across wooden floors and worn furniture. Outside, the night stretched endlessly, a deep blue canopy filled with innumerable stars, each one twinkling softly as if breathing along with the world below. The wind whispered through the trees, stirring leaves in subtle rustles, while the distant murmur of a stream offered a gentle rhythm, a lullaby for the listening soul. In this sanctuary of stillness, the presence of God felt close, intimate, wrapped around each quiet movement like a protective veil. The figure settled into a comfortable chair by the window, hands resting lightly on a well-loved Bible. Its leather cover was soft and worn, the pages gently curling at the edges from years of prayer and reflection. Fingers traced the lines of text with care, reading familiar passages not for instruction alone, but for the quiet reassurance that comes from a voice older and deeper than the night itself. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," they whispered softly, letting the words roll over their spirit like gentle waves lapping a quiet shore. Each phrase became a balm, each sentence a gentle embrace, a promise unspoken yet fully known. Through the window, the garden beyond seemed alive in its own subtle way. Dew clung to the petals of the remaining summer flowers, sparkling like tiny jewels beneath the faint moonlight. A rabbit stirred near the edge of the lawn, its movements careful and deliberate, ears twitching as it sensed the night's serene pulse. Fireflies blinked intermittently, a slow rhythm that reminded the figure of quiet prayers offered to the heavens, each light a reminder of presence, of attention, of care that is never absent. The gentle hum of insects accompanied the soft whisper of the wind, blending into a symphony of understated perfection, unnoticed yet profoundly comforting. They closed the Bible and let their gaze wander to the far horizon, where the sky met the silhouettes of trees and hills. Clouds drifted slowly, backlit by the faint glow of the moon, moving with the ease of time itself, unhurried, steady, unending. A lone owl hooted softly in the distance, its call neither startling nor loud, but a tender note, echoing the rhythm of the night and reminding the figure of life's subtle guardians. Every sound, every flicker of light, every ripple of the air seemed to carry a message of calm, a reassurance of continuity, a promise that the world remains steadfast under God's watchful eye. They rose quietly, walking barefoot across the floor, feeling the warmth of the house beneath their feet, the subtle creak of the boards a familiar comfort. Hands brushed against the curtains, allowing a slight draught to stir, carrying the crisp scent of evening air mixed with the fragrance of herbs drying on the windowsill. The figure paused at the table, arranging a small collection of candles in careful symmetry. With a gentle match strike, the flames flickered to life, bathing the room in soft golden warmth. Shadows danced on the walls in quiet celebration, a slow choreography of light and darkness, and the figure felt the presence of God in the simple act of tending the small, radiant fires. Sitting again, they lifted a cup of tea, the steam curling slowly, carrying the delicate aroma of chamomile and honey. Each sip was deliberate, meditative, a small act of gratitude for nourishment, for warmth, for the gentle unfolding of a quiet evening. Outside, the trees swayed in the night breeze, the leaves whispering soft secrets to one another, a chorus of patience and constancy that mirrored the constancy of God's love. The figure closed eyes briefly, inhaling the peace of the moment, letting each breath sink deep into chest and heart, feeling the soft pulse of life, of presence, of protection. From the corner of the room, a clock ticked quietly, marking time without urgency. Each second a gentle heartbeat that measured not the rush of the world, but the calm unfolding of night. The figure leaned back, noticing the warmth of the candlelight on skin, the faint hum of distant nocturnal creatures, the subtle glow of moonlight on the windowsill. The house itself seemed to breathe with them, a partner in stillness, a quiet companion in reflection.
Their thoughts drifted softly to loved ones, past and present, offering silent prayers of gratitude, of care, of protection for those near and far. A soft sigh escaped, a gentle release of all lingering worries, all unfinished thoughts, a letting go into the vast embrace of the night. Hands folded in quiet prayer, the figure murmured words not hurried or structured, but heartfelt and free. A conversation with God that needed no response, for the act of speaking itself carried reassurance, a deep affirmation of connection and faith. The warmth of home, the glow of candlelight, the soft embrace of night, and the whisper of divine presence created a sanctuary within, a sacred space untouched by urgency or concern. They rose once more, moving to the hearth, adjusting the fire until it glowed evenly, a gentle pulse of warmth and light. Sitting cross-legged on the rug, they felt the steady heat seep into their bones, carrying a sensation of comfort and stability. Each flicker of flame seemed to dance in harmony with their heartbeat, each crackle a small reminder of the ever-present support that surrounds those who seek the quiet guidance and love of God. The room was a cocoon of calm, of soft light, of soundless
security, each element a testament to patience, care, and presence. Through the window, clouds drifted past the moon, revealing occasional glimpses of the star-filled heavens. Each glimpse felt like a secret shared, a silent assurance that even in the darkest stretches, light exists and guidance remains. The figure traced the constellations with gentle eyes, recalling their names, the stories attached to them, and in doing so, felt the vastness of creation and the tender care of its creator. The night seemed to stretch outward, infinite yet comforting, a reminder that every life, every heartbeat, every whispered prayer is known and cherished. They allowed themselves a slow, lingering stretch, muscles relaxing fully into the softness of the rug, minds settling into the rhythmic cadence of breath. Eyes closed, they listened to the night, the gentle wind through trees, the distant hum of insects, the faint gurgle of the stream, the occasional rustle of small creatures hidden from sight. Each sound became a thread of reassurance, each pause a space for reflection, each heartbeat a measure of the quiet assurance that God's presence enfolds them completely. Finally, they rose and moved to the bedroom, the candlelight dimming softly behind them. Slipping beneath the covers, they felt the warmth envelop their body, a mirror of the warmth in their heart. Hands rested lightly over the chest, breaths deep and even, eyelids heavy with the gentle weight of the night. They whispered a final prayer, simple and heartfelt, a thank you for presence, protection, guidance, and the gift of a peaceful evening. Outside, the wind rustled softly. The stars twinkled steadily, and the night embraced them fully. And so, in the quiet embrace of home and heaven, they drifted into sleep, each breath a lullaby, each heartbeat a gentle reminder. God's love endures, ever present, guiding, and keeping all in tender, eternal peace.